never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Nikki Haley is dropping out of the Republican presidential race.
I am filled with the gratitude for the outpouring of support we've received from all across our great country. But the time has now come to suspend my campaign.
Nikki Haley suspending her bid for the 2024 Republican nomination after losing 14 out of 15 Super Tuesday primaries and caucuses to former President Donald Trump. While she didn't give Trump her endorsement, she did encourage him to earn the support of the Republican and independent voters who backed her.
Democrats are touting their congressional victories ahead of President Biden's State of the Union address Thursday night. Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer, speaking to members of the press to highlight Democratic agenda victories.
When President Biden comes before Congress to deliver his State of the Union, Americans will hear a clear theme. America's economy is growing, inflation is slowing, and the Democratic agenda is delivering.
Not so fast, says Republican Minority Leader Mike Johnson from Louisiana.
He's going to try to stand up here and convince the American people that the State of the Union is strong and that we're on the right track. But everybody knows that's just simply not true. The State of the Union is in decline. When you talk about our safety, our security, our sovereignty, our economy, every metric, and everybody knows it.
Firefighters in Clinton Township, Michigan, say the owners of a business that caught fire early Monday morning did not have proper permits to store combustible gas. Canisters of butane, nitrous oxide, and thousands of vape pens with lithium batteries were inside the building and exploded after a fire broke out, killing one person. The company was last inspected in 2022, and officials say they passed. This is USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed-fee legal solution in the country, with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me could understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
The Supreme Court is set to hear another case involving former President Donald Trump next month. USA's John Schaefer has the details.
On April 25th, the Supreme Court is scheduled to listen to oral arguments in the case concerning former President Trump's immunity. Trump is appealing a decision from a lower court that rejected his assertion of immunity from criminal prosecution in his federal election interference case. The case brought by special counsel Jack Smith against Trump is presently on hold as the high court deliberates whether a former president can be charged for actions while in office.
New York Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul is announcing plans to deploy members of the New York National Guard and State Police to the New York City subway system following a slew of violent attacks. Governor Hochul discussing the plan with reporters, vowing to promote safety within the subway system.
I'm redeploying nearly 1,000 members of the New York State Police, MTA Police, and MTA National Guard to conduct bag checks in the city's busiest transit stations.
Minnesota Democratic Congressman Dean Phillips is dropping out of the race for the Democratic presidential nomination. He made the announcement Wednesday during an interview with a radio station in his home state. Phillips said he is endorsing President Biden because the choices are so clear. Phillips announced in November that he would not seek re-election for his seat in Congress. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, what time is it? Hey, it's the midnight hour. That's what time it is. The midnight hour on the East Coast. That means it's showtime. Welcome aboard. Here we go. Another big show coming your way. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Deep in our secret hidden bunker in Southwest Ohio. Clouds out the door, 46 degrees. Not a bad night. It's a rainy night for our friends driving along the East Coast, though. Horse feathers playing in the rain. Lots of light to moderate rain. West Virginia, rain in the D.C. area. Looks like the rain just now pushing to the east of Pittsburgh, but you'll have off and on showers. You got some heavier rain up into central and eastern New York, all the way over to the Boston area, from Boston to Albany to right about Syracuse. You're socked in. If you love a rainy night, it's your kind of night, right? So what's going on? The fallout from Super Tuesday. Surprise, surprise. I guess Nikki Haley finally saw the light. Reality check. Trounced by Trump on Super Tuesday, she's out. Took her long enough. I don't know how many $100 and some million spent to win Vermont and the swamp of Washington, D.C. A lot of money out there. It's only money. Who cares, right? Good to have you on board. What's going on? Travelers weather, okay, following a storm that will bring some drenching rain and slow you down into the upcoming day, Thursday. In the Northeast, we're going to be watching for the caboose. This week we've talked about 1, 2, 3 separate storm systems. Next storm just in time for the weekend, bringing with it more travel problems with some localized flooding, and we may even see a bit more snow in some areas as the colder air comes rushing in. Second rainstorm of the week, the cycle is moving through the region today, Thursday. Heaviest rain extending from the Carolinas to the mid-Atlantic coast on up into southern New England. In much of this area, 1 to as much as 4 inches of rain in 12 to 18 hours. So, along with the potential for some flooding along the small streams, obviously, motorists need to seek an alternate route as water levels may rise rapidly in flooded areas. With the combination of downpours, low clouds, fog, we will be looking at some airline delays at some of the major hubs. Things are much clearer. Atlanta, you're in the clear at this point in time. Yeah, Charlotte, you're pretty much in the clear as well. It's on up into places like Philadelphia, New York City, and Boston overnight, which probably there's not a whole lot of flights coming in during the overnight hours, right? Things will improve from southwest to northeast as the day progresses. Friday may end up being the best day of the week for folks with outdoor plans along that eastern seaboard there. You will be between 2 large storms, the one that will have been departing and the new complex that's gathering moisture and strengthening over the central states. That one's just beginning to come together as we speak. As that new system approaches on Saturday, parts of eastern and northern New England may squeeze out a dry start to the weekend. The break might allow some of that runoff to ease on the smaller streams a bit, but the ground's still going to be saturated. There are 2 storms forecasters are tracking that may converge over the Northeast this weekend. Starting Saturday, the first will pull warm air through much of the Atlantic coast into the Appalachians. That may tap into plenty of moisture from the Gulf of Mexico and the Atlantic and wring it all out over the Northeast. In much of the Northeast, it's going to feel like early April initially rather than March, despite the impending rain. The drenching rain may be accompanied with a few rumbles of thunder from the mid-Atlantic into southern New England, again raising concerns of some flooding issues. Travel could be slow and hazardous along the coast on into Saturday night with pouring rain, poor visibility, ponding of water on the roadways. During that period, Saturday night into Sunday, that's your second part of the storm duo, will be diving in out of western Ontario and across the Great Lakes. As those two combine, that injection of colder air could bring a changeover to some wet snow or snow showers over the central and northern Appalachians Saturday night into Sunday morning. Even some bands of lake effect snow around the eastern Great Lakes on Sunday. Now, the fact that the roads will be warm prior to the arrival of the colder air shouldn't see a lot of accumulating concerns on the roadways, but when all is said and done, up to several inches of wet snow may accumulate on the grassy areas over the ridges during the second half of the weekend, the Adirondacks, the Green, the White Mountains. Good news for the ski resorts that remain open. Heavy rain will end abruptly in the mid-Atlantic Sunday morning, progressing into southern New England by the afternoon as things finally begin to dry out from west to east. Now, with the combination of the colder air and winds, 40, 50 miles per hour, Sunday into Monday, all of a sudden, rather than feeling like April, it's going to feel more like early February, as the temperatures, wind chills are going to dip into the single digits and teens, 20s and 30s in the mid-Atlantic coastal areas. The big roller coaster ride again, as the case has been with most of our chilly outbreaks this winter. This cold shot will be brief once again. Conditions forecast to rebound a bit above historical average by the middle of next week. But it's just been, you don't know, is it a long sleeve with a winter coat day, or is it a T-shirt and shorts? All right, there you go. That's a breakdown, some of our travelers' weather. We'll take a look elsewhere around the country. There is a concern about some stronger storms starting later Thursday on into Friday, Saturday in the south central and southeastern USA. Could be talking some severe weather with all modes of severe weather possibly in the mix in that region as well. But again, hope your week's going well. It's Friday Eve, as we like to call it. Thursday coming on, made it through hump day. Hello to Philly Dan from the city of brotherly love. Goodbye, Nikki Haley. Trump 24, says Philly Dan. Hello to Marianne. There's Daniel from Billings, Montana, where it's 27 degrees at this hour. Hello, Roy Phillips. And now here's Steve and the Overnight Drive. Away we go. What time is it? What time is it? It's showtime. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Pappy's on board. It's the midnight hour. Lace up them boots, roll up them sleeves. Time for Mr. Summers to go to work. Time for us nocturnal listeners to dial it up at 844-844-3388. Be part of the Hot Shot Secret Overnight Drive. Live beneath the Earth's crust from the secret hidden bunker. The FR3 antenna's up. The Stiction Eliminator power mic is on. It's time to let it roll. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit them digits. Or be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? I-95 southbound. That would be Shorty. Brunswick, Georgia tonight, 66 degrees. A comfortable night as it's Orlando turnaround number 2. Like everybody else saying, Nikki finally drops out. Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down, be safe. It's a wet night tonight. Round 3 to Schenectady. Be safe, drivers. I'll be heading over to listen via the app. All right, Jacob, hello to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. There's Cripshot checking in to the best overnight radio out there. Thank you very much, Vaughn. Captain Ron checks in from Ocala, Florida, northbound on I-75 with 67 degrees. Semper Fi. Well, hello, Dirty Harry. Gooder morning, everybody. Attention, prayer warriors out there. Pay attention. As most of you know, I was diagnosed with stage 3 lung cancer in January of 2017. February of that year, they took my left lung out. I had chemo for the rest of the cancer. The July 2018, I've been clean of cancer. Since then, been cancer-free. Well, today at 2:30, I'll be going in for a PET scan for a nodule in my right lung. Then on Monday, I'll be going for a needle-guided biopsy on the nodule. We're praying it is not cancer, because I'm not sure what they can do if it is. All right, that's got to be scary. Harry, we're thinking about you. Prayers, all right, for Dirty Harry. You only have 2 lungs. He's only got 1. Yeah, you can't go with none. All right, I'll say Nikki Donors said bye-bye, Nikki. Good morning to Miss Millie. 45 degrees in my little part of the bluegrass state. Everybody be careful. Safe driving, be blessed. It's going to be lights out for me. I got a long day at the doctor's office. All right, hope all goes well. Copy in the mail, 5-7. Looks like Gilligan is on board. What do we got? Good morning, Steve, fellow listeners. I'm in light rain at the airport, Roanoke, Virginia. But it's a comfortable 55 degrees. Yes, I am back on the road. Finally feeling much better. Thanks, everybody, for the thoughts and the prayers. Everybody keep it shiny side up out there. Very good. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Thursday. Well, what a difference 24 hours makes with the changes in the presidential race. 12 days till both spring and the Ohio primary. 10 days left for the early voting in the state of Ohio. Even though the presidential race is pretty much set, there are other races and issues that need to be voted on in the primary, folks. Don't just brush it off. Got a regular run tonight, except for a little misty rain near Cincinnati. It's a bit drier, a bit cooler. 48 degrees, cloudy, as we're approaching the Kentucky Speedway at this hour. Thank you very much, Eskimo Mom. Yes, we'll be planning to vote on primary day. There is quite a bit more than just the presidential race. Russell Miller, good morning. 43 degrees, clouds here in Dayton, Ohio. Hope you and the family are doing well. And everybody down at the secret bunker, did you see the post I shared on your timeline about the stupidest people of the week? Only be able to listen till about 1 o'clock a.m. Have a good day, everybody. Be careful and safe out there traveling. And one more before we get a quick chime out here and open up the phone lines. Rainmaker with a very important news story. We touched on this last evening. The Biden administration flying illegals into America from South America continues, and flying them to 43 different airports all over the country. And they've been doing this through the Custom and Border Protection One app. Sent you a couple of emails, one about the story, and then the website for the CBP One app. Also in the news, Hunter testified under oath that, yes, the big guy was his father. How much more information and evidence do the Democrats need before they'll impeach this guy on treason and corruption? I'm just glad I'm living in Thailand at this point in time. Several big news items. Yeah, lots to cover. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, it's been a while since we've heard from Miss Debbie, but she says, hello, good morning, Steve. It's a chilly 44 here in Indiana, but we're going up to 60 here for your Thursday. It's been a long few weeks at school. I think Mindy should set up an interview with Tony Justice during the truck show. Hoping everybody stays safe out there, especially my special driver, a.k.a. the Woodpecker. Have a terrific Thursday. I know, Mindy has been working on lining up those interviews. I don't know, Debbie. Tony was on the list last year, and of all the pre-scheduled interviews, now I'm sure things happen from time to time, but he missed his interview time. We missed Tony last year. He was supposed to be introducing his latest album, but maybe we'll get a chance to chat with him this time around. So here it is, Thursday, 7th day of March. What significance does this day hold? Well, it's not like I'm anxiously anticipating, but tonight is indeed the State of the Union address. Now, if you recall, last year during the State of the Union, there were some disruptions, a breach of decorum, if you'd have it that way. House Speaker Mike Johnson this past day calling on fellow Republican lawmakers to uphold decorum tonight during the State of the Union address to avoid a repeat of last year's disruptions. It was a closed-door Republican conference meeting yesterday morning where apparently Mr. Johnson emphasized the importance of maintaining proper conduct. As reported by 3 Republican lawmakers who were present at the meeting, according to The Hill, decorum is the order of the day, urging members to comport themselves with dignity. According to accounts from attendees, now there's a lot of political tension, as we know. President Biden set to address a divided Congress, including many vocal Republican critics out there. Yeah, I'll refresh. Remember last year during the State of the Union, there were several disruptions, some heckling, some interruptions of the president's speech. Marjorie Taylor Greene of Georgia called Biden a liar when he was discussing Social Security and Medicare, if you'll recall. This year, I'd be curious to see how much the president has to say about the southern border. Yeah, will he actually try to blame? I wouldn't doubt if there were some outbursts from Republicans if he tries to blame them for the ongoing issues there. Plus, there will be an empty seat at the State of the Union tonight. Apparently, an invitation from Representative Mike Collins of Georgia was sent out to the parents of the slain nursing student, Laken Riley. The parents turned down that invitation. Maybe they don't want to get into the middle of the fray to attend the State of the Union. Collins posted yesterday, quote, "I invited Laken Riley's parents to the State of the Union address, but understandably, they have chosen to stay home as they grieve the loss of their daughter. Therefore, the seat reserved for my guest will remain vacant to honor Laken and all American victims of illegal alien crime." Most of us know Riley was the 22-year-old nursing student from Augusta University College of Nursing, beaten to death on the 22nd of February on the university campus after she went out for a morning run. The illegal alien in the USA, Jose Antonio Ibarra, arrested on murder and assault charges in connection with her death. Now, Collins says, as President Biden attempts to paint a rosy picture of the crime-ridden country he has created, he will look up at an empty seat that memorializes those we've lost due to his open border policies. Does this associate with the tens of thousands of illegals that are continuing to flood sanctuary cities, including the likes of New York City? New York's Governor Kathy Hochul announcing plans this past day to send the National Guard into the New York City subway system to help police search passengers' bags for weapons after a series of high-profile claims taking place on the trains. She said she will deploy 750 members of the National Guard to the subways to assist New York police with bag searches at entrances to the busy train stations. That a day after Mayor Eric Adams announced plans on Tuesday to resume random bag searches among commuters and to deploy more police officers on the city's trains and station platforms. How many years ago was it? I think we go back to the time when, was it not Rudy Giuliani? When he implemented the stop and frisk there in New York, which outrage, because you're going to be profiling people. And they eliminated all that. And you see, we've come full circle. The crime in New York, it's almost getting to be Escape from New York. Governor says for people who are thinking about bringing a gun or a knife on the subway, this will hopefully create a deterrent effect. Yeah, it might not be worth it, because I heard the mayor and I heard what the governor had. We'll see if it makes a difference. But yeah, crime in New York. Any relation to the illegal population? I don't know. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Nikki Haley has decided to halt her campaign for the GOP presidential nomination.
I have no regrets. And although I will no longer be a candidate, I will not stop using my voice for the things I believe in.
The former South Carolina governor told supporters that she wishes Donald Trump well without officially endorsing him. There's an expectation that interest rates will decrease at some point this year. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell mentioned that in prepared remarks on Capitol Hill. However, Powell clarified that he is not prepared to specify the exact timing yet. Wildfires are wreaking havoc on the Texas cattle industry. According to State Agriculture Commissioner Sid Miller, the death toll for cattle has reached at least 3,600 and it continues to rise. Miller emphasized the urgent requirement for hay to help feed the surviving cows. John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shine Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shine Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll get to some of our industry headlines. So much to cover. All right, weekend is rapidly approaching, right? We mentioned earlier this week, but let me remind you once again, out of Memphis. Yeah, plan now for the weekend. Well, the next few weeks, actually. This is for drivers in the Mid-South, as they call it. Drivers traveling between Memphis and Arkansas will need to pack some patience and maybe plan for an alternate route starting this Sunday, March the 10th. They've done numerous weekend closures in a number of occasions. This is not just a weekend. The I-55 bridge will be closed for 2 weeks, starting 8 p.m. Sunday. That's this Sunday, according to the Tennessee DOT. Obviously, the main detour for drivers looking to cross the Mississippi River will be the I-40 bridge. This is one of several DOT shutdowns to complete repairs on the I-55 bridge. During several weekend closures that they've done previously, they've actually been able to get things reopened ahead of schedule. We'll see if that'll be the case in this occurrence, which is, again, a 2-week closure of the bridge. So it may not be so bad Sunday night, but then you get to the rush hour traffic in the mornings, literally for 2 weeks. Everybody's going to be looking for an alternate route. All right. Meanwhile, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, this would be an update. We had touched on this several times in the past, but here's the latest. They're considering requiring new technology on all passenger vehicles to keep drunk drivers off the road. Back in January, we touched on the advance notice of proposed rulemaking aimed at gathering the necessary information to develop performance requirements for this technology. At this point, they say the rulemaking would not apply to commercial vehicles. They accepted comments for about 2 months, received about 18,000 comments on this. Many of those comments were concerns about the potential for government overreach. Mark McGarty says this is a horrible idea, not only because there's no real defined mechanism, but also because of the implications to drivers. Meaning, what about false identifications? I am against the imposition of a government-directed Big Brother external control over personal owned and operated vehicles, says another. This is, in my eyes, an illegal search and seizure in violation of the Fourth Amendment. However, there were many commenters supportive of the idea to keep impaired drivers off the road. One of which was Kirsty Jose, who says, I've worked with drunk driving victims for over 16 years. Nothing can prepare you for that call telling you your life as you know it is over. Nothing is ever the same. This technology is vital to saving lives. I urge you move forward with this rulemaking process to end drunk driving. Now, according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, 13,384 people were killed in drunk driving crashes in 2021. Alcohol-impaired driving, a major cause of crashes and fatalities on America's roadways. This was part of their 105-page notice. We've been actively involved in addressing alcohol-impaired driving since the 1970s, but recent developments in vehicle technology will present new opportunities to further reduce drunk and impaired driving crashes and fatalities, or maybe eliminate them altogether. But there are technological challenges. Although there are technologies with the potential to detect someone who's attempting to drive while drunk, even drowsy or distracted, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration acknowledged there are challenges. That includes being able to distinguish between impairment states to avoid false positives and applying appropriate prevention countermeasures. Now, this rulemaking, by the way, does not include drugged driving because the technology is not there. It doesn't exist. A lack of testing protocols. So I have no idea what the timeline on that would be, how quickly they might be able to get something like this in place. It's probably still years down the road. But there, again, the update, that's what they're working on. Now, we did touch on last evening, and I shared, we got a switching around back to the illegal immigration crisis sweeping this country. When the word came out day before yesterday, things that make you say, what in the hell is this administration trying to do? What are you doing? From the Daily Mail, Joe Biden's administration has admitted transporting migrants on secret flights into the U.S. And lawyers for the immigration agencies claim revealing those airport locations could create national security vulnerabilities. Customs and Border Protection has refused to disclose information about a program last year that was secretly arranging flights for thousands of undocumented, a.k.a. illegals, from foreign airports directly to U.S. cities. Which means while record numbers have been flowing over the southern border, the Biden White House was also directly transporting them into the country. They're using the cell phone app that has allowed for the nearly undetected arrival by air of 320,000 aliens with no legal rights to enter the United States. This after a controversy over a 2022 transportation program where the administration was actually using taxpayer money to move migrants around the country using those overnight flights, recall. This was only uncovered due to a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit filed by the Center for Immigration Studies, which found Biden's Customs and Border Protection approved the latest secretive flights that transported hundreds of thousands of immigrants from foreign countries into at least 43 different American airports. This was from January through December of last year, 2023. This is part of the Biden administration's expansion of the CBP One app that kicked off at the start of last year. This is how it works. Migrants are able now, under this expansion, to apply for asylum using the app from their home country. But the Center for Immigration Studies notes that the transportation of those migrants directly to the U.S. is one of the lesser-known uses of the app. Aliens who cannot legally enter the U.S. use the CBP-1 app to apply for travel authorization and temporary humanitarian release straight from those airports. Once they use this under the parole release, they're able to remain in the U.S. for 2 years without obtaining legal status, and meanwhile, they're eligible for work authorization. Now, the administration first said they would not reveal which airports that these undocumented were transported, citing a law enforcement exception in their refusal to hand over the information. But new information from the CIS lawsuit reveals the locations were not disclosed due to fear that bad actors would inflict harm on public safety or that the information would create law enforcement vulnerabilities. Customs and Border Protection lawyers wrote that revealing the airports would reveal information about the relative number of individuals arriving and thus resources expended at particular airports. That would in turn reveal operational vulnerabilities that could be exploited by bad actors, altering their patterns of conduct, adopting new methods of operation, and taking other countermeasures. I don't know what the hell they're trying to say there, but there you go. Strange times. What do you reckon? You think Joe's going to bring that up this evening on the State of the Union address? Yeah, 320,000 were flown into the country in the darkness of night while the rest of the world sleeps. It is 844-844-3388. Hello to Monty Python. Good morning, Your Honor. Here I am again sitting in Warren, Michigan, enjoying the 52-degree night, waiting to get loaded here. Good to have you with us, Monty Python. Buckeye Boy, what do you got? Checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. Hey, does that mean you're finally back to the home 20? 54 degrees. Had a good 4-hour finish to my trip from California. Little traffic getting onto 285 from I-20, but not too bad. Looks like we're going to have some rain and some colder air coming in, but should be nice when I do my delivery and run some errands, after which I'm going to take a few days off. How about the report that our government, without our knowledge, there is, I just talked about that, flying illegals from countries into cities all over the country. All right, got to get up early, so I'm going to try to get some rest. Have a great night, everybody, and be careful out there. Yes, indeed. Hello, Jerry. Good morning from Kokomo, Indiana. Thank you to the truckers for keeping us all stocked up with everything we need. You are appreciated. All right. Get back to the calls or kick things off at 844-844-3388. Into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Meanwhile, the little island nation of Haiti is in absolute chaos. For all practical purposes, no one's in control. Absolute bedlam. Now, why U.S. citizens would be in Haiti? Well, first of all, there would be some diplomatic missions. But I know there are missionaries that go into Haiti trying to help the impoverished. And there are medical organizations, I don't know, like Doctors Without Borders, medical organizations that go in to help try and vaccinate and do things of that nature. Everybody being told, get out. U.S. citizens are being advised, get out of the country immediately. As violent gang attacks and the political chaos have erupted over the past week, the U.S. Embassy in Port-au-Prince issued the advisory yesterday urging American citizens leave as soon as possible by commercial or other privately available transportation in light of the current security situation and infrastructure challenges. These gangs, they started off taking over in the capital city. And the prison breaks, thousands and thousands of prisoners are now out. And, of course, most of them probably part of these gangs that over the last several days have literally been taking over all the infrastructure in the country. The U.S. Embassy says do not travel to Haiti. The advisory reads, U.S. citizens wishing to depart Port-au-Prince should monitor local news and information on security conditions from commercial transportation providers, should arrange to leave Haiti when security conditions and commercial transportation options permit doing so. At this time, the U.S. Embassy is not able to facilitate air travel for private citizens. U.S. citizens are advised to regularly monitor our webpage for alerts, which may include updates on options to depart Haiti. We also recommend consulting with commercial carriers who operate flights into and out of Haiti and travel agencies. Private carriers and many travel agencies provide timely information on the available options to get out of the country. It is a mess. And, of course, Haiti's been in a mess for decades. But they've had some times where things were a bit better than others. It's complete chaos right now. But the big story of the day, Wednesday, Nikki Haley sees the light, formally suspending her campaign on the heels of Super Tuesday, expressing gratitude that her mother, who was a first-generation immigrant, had the opportunity to vote for her daughter for president, but said, it is now time to suspend the campaign. I'm filled with gratitude for the outpouring we've received from across the great country, but the time is now. I said I wanted Americans to have their voices heard. I've done that. I have no regrets. I'll continue to use my voice for things that I believe in. Now, she briefly reiterated her belief that the national debt will eventually crush our economy and said a smaller federal government is not only necessary for our freedom, but necessary to survive. The road to socialism is the road to ruin for America. Our Congress is dysfunctional and only getting worse. It is filled with followers, not leaders. Term limits for Washington politicians are needed now more than ever. She believes it's crucial for America to stand by our allies in Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan, which she said is a moral imperative. Now, she did not endorse former President Trump after spending weeks on the campaign trail attacking him, but admitted in all likelihood Donald Trump will be the nominee when our party convenes in July at the convention there. She simply said, I congratulate him. I wish him well. I wish anyone well who would be America's president. Our country is too precious to let our differences divide us. Now, it is now up to Donald Trump to earn the votes of those in our party and beyond who did not support him. I hope he does that. Pretty much saying for all of her supporters, Donald, what are you going to do to bring them to your side? Now, of course, she exits the race winning only the Washington, D.C. swamp. And on Super Tuesday, of course, the state of Vermont, home of Bernie Sanders. Eagle gets to start things off here. We'll try it again tonight. Morning, Eagle. What do you think? Finally, about time, Nikki said it's enough. Is Eagle snoring? How could that be? He hasn't been there that long. We just got started. What the? Horse feathers. There you go. It's two in a row. 2 for 2.
There you go. Wake up, Eagle. Eagle, wake up. Hello. Anyways. Morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
I'm going to have another short night tonight, so it's a good thing you got to me as quick as you did. I'm not on my way home yet, but give me a couple hours and we'll make that happen.
Really?
But, yeah. You and you AccuWeather gods there keep bringing this warm weather in. Now, something about we get February and March, and you guys think it needs to be like summer or something, and shut off the propane season on me. I haven't got it all figured out yet. But,
okay, so indeed there's not nearly as much propane being moved, huh?
No, we're already in slowdown mode because of the warmer temperatures. Mm-hmm. So it's pretty obvious that what been going on. So it must be global warming, Your Honor. Global warming. It's the only thing I can say. But anyways, there. So Haiti, if I got my geography map out right here, it's only half of an island, correct? Isn't the other half of the island the Dominican Republic?
Correct. That is correct.
So what goes on over in the Dominican Republic at this point? Are they scared over on their side of the border, or we haven't heard a word from them?
I think they've got a fairly secure border, down there on that island. Much like Mexico and U.S., there are those who reside on the Haiti side that maybe has a job on the other side but their border is not porous like ours.
I was going to say, I think they got kind of maybe Joe should go down to the Dominican Republic and take some lessons. Maybe he could figure out how to secure a border, because really the border that you're trying to secure in the U.S. really isn't that much bigger than what it is across the width of the Dominican Republic and Haiti. I forget, they have a name for the island altogether, don't they? I always forget what it is. I don't know. You're the South Caribbean type sailor type person. You know all the islands down there.
Isn't it Hispaniola? Isn't it Hispaniola?
Yeah, I believe so. So. I believe you're probably right. I'd trust you more than me. So, but anyways, so is it the fact that Nikki Haley conceded to not doing well, or did her financial backers finally stop pouring money into her campaign and she had to give up because she didn't have any more money coming in?
Yeah.
I'm thinking it's the latter of the two there that might be the answer to the question. But it's I guess it's not a bad speech that she gave, but in a way, it's true. I mean, you know, if she had talked the whole time out on the election campaigning deal there in the primaries, and what she just said on her way out about wanting, you know, a smaller government and to be more responsible, and term limits for Congress, and I think she would have got a lot more support than. Well, I think she was almost bashing Donald Trump as much as he was her. I think if they actually ran their campaigns a little bit different, you know, she could have had a little bit different outcome. I'm not disappointed in the way it happened, but I'm just saying I think she might have actually had a little more support if she'd done that, because she would have actually, you know, she said a lot of things in that, you know, the other night there,
right,
what all of us want to have happen. I mean, so the only thing I kind of disagree on is the Ukraine and.
Yeah, but same time we know she's kind of like, she's part of the swamp. But we have to pause there.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Nikki Haley is dropping out of the Republican presidential race.
I am filled with the gratitude for the outpouring of support we've received from all across our great country. But the time has now come to suspend my campaign.
Nikki Haley suspending her bid for the 2024 Republican nomination after losing 14 out of 15 Super Tuesday primaries and caucuses to former President Donald Trump. While she didn't give Trump her endorsement, she did encourage him to earn the support of the Republican and independent voters who backed her.
Democrats are touting their congressional victories ahead of President Biden's State of the Union address Thursday night. Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer, speaking to members of the press to highlight Democratic agenda victories.
When President Biden comes before Congress to deliver his State of the Union, Americans will hear a clear theme. America's economy is growing, inflation is slowing, and the Democratic agenda is delivering.
Not so fast, says Republican Minority Leader Mike Johnson from Louisiana.
He's going to try to stand up here and convince the American people that the State of the Union is strong and that we're on the right track. But everybody knows that's just simply not true. The State of the Union is in decline. When you talk about our safety, our security, our sovereignty, our economy, every metric, and everybody knows it.
Firefighters in Clinton Township, Michigan say the owners of a business that caught fire early Monday morning did not have proper permits to store combustible gas. Canisters of butane, nitrous oxide, and thousands of vape pens with lithium batteries were inside the building and exploded after a fire broke out, killing one person. The company was last inspected in 2022, and officials say they passed. This is USA News.
Attention timeshare owners. Tired of the financial stress? Were you misled by the salesperson? Don't or can't use your timeshare anymore? If any of these apply to you, then you may qualify for timeshare cancellation and get the relief you need now. Timeshare Defense Attorneys is the #1 affordable fixed fee legal solution in the country with an A+ Better Business Bureau rating. That's certainly better than my grades. They even offer a 100% client satisfaction guarantee. Let one of their experienced lawyers evaluate your case and explain the process. If they take you as a client, they'll work on your case until it's resolved in your favor, guaranteed. Expect great service and a close working relationship with your lawyer, keeping you informed every step of the way, protecting your rights, interests, and even your credit. It's that simple. Even a kid like me can understand it. The consultation is free. Call today.
800-875-1853. 800-875-1853. That's 800-875-1853.
The Supreme Court is set to hear another case involving former President Donald Trump next month. USA's John Schaefer has the details.
On April 25th, the Supreme Court is scheduled to listen to oral arguments in the case concerning former President Trump's immunity. Trump is appealing a decision from a lower court that rejected his assertion of immunity from criminal prosecution in his federal election interference case. The case brought by special counsel Jack Smith against Trump is presently on hold as the High Court deliberates whether a former president can be charged for actions while in office.
New York Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul is announcing plans to deploy members of the New York National Guard and State Police to the New York City subway system following a slew of violent attacks. Governor Hochul discussing the plan with reporters, vowing to promote safety within the subway system.
I'm redeploying nearly 1,000 members of the New York State Police, MTA Police, and MTA National Guard to conduct bag checks in the city's busiest transit stations.
Minnesota Democratic Congressman Dean Phillips is dropping out of the race for the Democratic presidential nomination. He made the announcement Wednesday during an interview with a radio station in his home state. Phillips said he is endorsing President Biden because the choices are so clear. Phillips announced in November that he would not seek re-election for his seat in Congress. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Do you have a story to tell? Bring your story to life with audiobooks. Great stories deserve great storytelling. Audiobook Network provides professional voice actors and full production services for every author's manuscript. From narration, production, and editing to distribution, promotion, and sales, Audiobook Network handles everything. If you have a print book, ebook, or even a manuscript, call Audiobook Network now and get our free audiobook guide. 800-734-1229. 800-734-1229.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Round number 2. Here we go. As we turn the page on the calendar, Thursday. They start looking toward the weekend, indeed. And a shout out to Big Daddy Walker Productions. sponsoring our weather update. Yes, indeed. This weather, a service of Big Daddy Walker Productions. A little reprieve from the stormy pattern in the south as the atmosphere is going to quickly reload with all the ingredients for another round of heavy rain and thunderstorms between now and Saturday. Residents from central Texas through the southeast will need to be on alert for heavy rain and thunderstorms as a budding storm system develops and marches east. As the storm materializes, a multi-day threat of severe thunderstorms is expected to unfold as the storm begins to draw warm, humid air out of the Gulf of Mexico today. As it comes out, this is coming out of the Four Corners region, making its way into the southern plains, prompting a risk for severe weather. Clusters of showers and storms are going to begin blossoming and soak portions of Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Kansas, and Missouri. So, travel delays. The risk of severe weather is largely expected across Texas and Oklahoma, spanning from Austin to Oklahoma City. Large hail, damaging winds, even a few tornadoes are possible. Clusters of showers and severe storms will persist through Thursday night into Friday, shifting that risk into the lower Mississippi River Valley and much of the south. Within this zone, that juicy air mass flowing out of the Gulf will be fueling the risk of flooding. Widespread 2 to 4 inch rainfall totals expected between Friday and Saturday, spanning a zone from central Mississippi to central Georgia. Now, in areas where you see multiple thunderstorms tracking over the same areas, localized areas could far exceed 4 inches. Potentially tallying up to 9 inches of rainfall. With all the moisture content in the air well above average, thunderstorms can produce rainfall rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour from Louisiana, southern Mississippi on Friday to Alabama and Georgia. That risk is going to extend right into the start of the weekend as the tail end of the storm slowly treks through the southeast. More rain and thunderstorms focusing from Florida to the Carolinas, putting a damper on outdoor plans in that region. There is the likelihood of heavily, locally severe thunderstorms from northern Florida, southeast Alabama, and Georgia Saturday into parts of the Carolinas later Saturday into Saturday evening. It looks like this storm's going to pretty much shift off the Atlantic coast by Sunday, which will then bring in much cooler, drier air in its wake. Looking ahead toward early next week, maybe a chance to dry out. A stretch of dry weather is in store for the south. So, many communities will have the opportunity to finally dry out a little bit. Horse Feathers had asked about Hispaniola. The island nation, Dominican Republic on one side, Haiti on the other. The chaos unfolding in Haiti. I found from the Dominican Times, one of the news outlets out of Gabon, Dominican Republic, where they say authorities have implemented partial restrictions on individuals and vehicles entering from Haiti, looking to prevent potential incursion by Haitian criminals through the border crossing. This directive went into effect on Tuesday, resulted in the blocking of Haitian citizens entering via the border bridge connecting Gabon and Juana Mendez. Now, this has led to a standstill in trade and daily activities along that border. But this is in response to the ongoing violence and the mass prison escapes that have occurred this week in Haiti, prompting Dominican authorities to maintain heightened vigilance against potential security threats emanating from the neighboring country. Not a lot of specific detail about the partial border closure has been disclosed, but they do say only Haitian foreigners returning to their country, to Haiti, from the Dominican Republic are allowed to leave. they do say individuals of non-Haitian nationality are allowed to enter the Dominican Republic, which to me sounds like if there are like U.S. citizens, if they couldn't get a flight directly out, that you can cross from Haiti into the Dominican Republic and then maybe find a way out from the Dominican Republic side to escape the chaos. But when you've got literally, it was like 6,500 prison escapees, and we're talking some of the most hardened criminals in the country that are pretty much all now roaming the streets of Haiti. Probably no money in their pocket, and how's the only way you can survive when you have no money? You rob, you pillage, you murder. And those are the kind of things they say that are happening right there in the streets of Haiti. Curfew is in effect through the overnight hours, but I don't know who can even maintain the curfew. All right, back to horse feathers there. There's your update.
Yeah, so but Haiti, they're the like third world type country anyways, so what little bit there is to pillage, steal, and rape and kill for is probably not very much anyways. You're going to be lucky to get a couple slices of bread out of it. But I don't know, man. It just goes to show how much better sometimes we have it here than there is other places in the world. But no matter how bad it gets here. But so Joe Biden's competitor has dropped out now, huh? The senator that's no longer going to be a senator he was running against in the primaries.
Correct.
He's given up and endorsing Joe Biden because he is the way to something. But anyways, so here, get this. I mean, if we're still thinking that Joe Biden might be replaced, and we're trying to figure out who, and his competition is dropping out, saying that Joe Biden is the way to go. If it's possible he's going to drop out, or they're going to get rid of him like their convention, there's still another person that hasn't been mentioned to be the candidate for the Democrats. And would you guess who she might be, Your Honor? Just a possibility out of completely way out of left field that they might bring in to do this, because I know we've said Michelle Obama, but there's another woman out there.
You think you want to do a redo of Hillary and Trump?
Oh, I'm thinking Oprah.
Oh, Oprah. Okay.
I mean, look how popular she was with the people with her TV show, and she's kind of like the Donald Trump, never been a political, had a political position, but run a pretty successful, her whole TV campaign, and is pretty well financially, a business type person. What do you think the possibilities of them bringing Oprah in to run against Donald Trump? Wouldn't that be an interesting race? But anyways, I don't know. So not a whole lot other than that. I did see one thing in the news that they did convict the armorist there of the Rust movie from down there in New Mexico. So we'll have to see what her sentencing brings along, of how hard they slap her wrists, or if they do more than that, or where that goes. And I guess that'll lead into the Alec Baldwin trial a little bit later on, of who really was guilty for the weapon that was used in the incident. And anyways, other than that, we got some rain showers still trying to finish up. I guess sometime by mid-morning is supposed to dry up, and then we're good here in the Baltimore area, I guess, until sometime in the middle of the day on Saturday. Is supposed to come back for Saturday evening, and then dry up again on Sunday, and good for Sunday, Monday, whatever, into next week. And I don't know. Everything keeps changing. Everything is fluid, Your Honor. Every time you look at the TV, the percentages are different. We've gone from 70 to 80 to 90% on Saturday. Now we're down to, now get this, it was 90 on Saturday, and then at noontime, it was 60 on Saturday, but 30 on Sunday. So does that still add up to that same 90 that it was the night before when it was just Saturday?
No.
And then at the 6 o'clock news tonight, the 30 was gone for Sunday, and it was like 65 or 70 for Saturday again. So I don't know. It's very fluid, Your Honor. It's not a stable situation at this point at all. But I guess we'll get it figured out, and we got to go get the fire truck out of winter storage this weekend, I hope, and get that taken care of, because I got another couple tests coming up next week, and they told me after one of them I'm not supposed to have to lift, push, pull, or do anything more than about 2 pounds. So there'll be one day next week, probably Wednesday into Thursday maybe, that I won't be around because I won't be allowed to lift more than a feather. And so we got to get the fire truck out of storage this weekend to get it ready for the St. Patrick's Day parade coming up on the following Saturday. So you and the AccuWeather guys, just write this down right now. Saturday the 16th, York, Pennsylvania, no rain. Okay, just put that in your book. Just write it right in right now, and you and your AccuWeather guys get together and just make sure that happens. But other than that, we'll let you go out there and do some due diligence, and maybe you can pick up one of them homeless guys there to keep with them and give them a pointy stick or something to jab them with. So
wake up. All right, you got it. I don't know. I hadn't really paid a whole lot of attention to the whole, the Alec Baldwin thing. But yes, this past day, the jury found the armorer, Hannah Gutierrez Reed, guilty of involuntary manslaughter. The death of the cinematographer. She was responsible for the gun that discharged the live bullet on the set of the film. Hutchins was in the line of fire when Alec Baldwin pulled the gun out of his holster back in 21. Reed was also found not guilty of evidence tampering, a charge she received last year after investigators accused her of passing off a bag of cocaine on the day of the fatal set shooting. Jury deliberated for less than 3 hours at the courthouse in New Mexico. After the verdict was read, the judge ordered Reed to be taken into custody, where she will remain until she is sentenced. I'm going to remand you, the judge told the courtroom. The reason is you are now convicted, and this is a death. She was immediately taken into custody by deputies and awaits a sentencing date at the court's convenience. Now, she faces up to 18 months in prison, in addition to a $5,000 fine. The prosecution, where they saw testimony from weapons experts, the FBI, Santa Fe County authorities, and various crew members who were on the set that day, they, for the most part, focused on her behavior as an armorer, claiming she did not do her job correctly. What that means for Alec Baldwin, I don't know. Time will tell. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Note to self. Spring forward this weekend. Yes, daylight savings time. Here it comes again. Of course, they always talk about how it impacts our everyday lives. While recent research did not find evidence that switching to daylight savings time increases the risk of heart attacks as previously thought, studies have linked the transition to an increased risk of stroke, traffic accidents, ER visits, and serious mood disturbances. According to the Sleep Foundation, Saturday night into Sunday morning, officially it's 2 a.m. where you flip forward. The lack of sleep caused by the time change can affect thinking, decision-making, productivity as we spring forward this weekend. Fewer negative health benefits are associated with falling back in the autumn. Although most people feel kind of sluggish and tired after any time shift occurs. But according to the Sleep Foundation, it's time for daylight savings time to be put to bed and switch to standard time year-round. Our internal clocks, circadian rhythm as it's known, are critical to healthy functioning. That includes sleep, cognition, energy, driving to work or school when it's still dark outside and your brain's still sleepy is associated with increased accidents and poor functioning. Now, I said the extra hour of sunlight in the evening makes it more difficult for some people to fall asleep. A real problem in our already sleep-deprived society. But until the daylight saving time law change, there are some natural, helpful ways to prepare. And right now, I guess we're supposed to be doing these things. Shift your bedtime by 15 minutes each day leading up to daylight saving time. Now, for us third shift workers, do we have a set sleeping? I don't have a pattern. I might go to bed at noon. I might go to bed at 10 a.m. I might go to bed at 2 in the afternoon. What the hell? It just depends on how I feel on any given day. Now, I guess for a normal person, the goal is to reach your new bedtime of 9 p.m. if you normally go to bed at 10 by Saturday night before you spring forward. Consider some relaxation techniques, deep breathing, mindfulness techniques. But especially in the week before the time change, these can bring calm to your body and mind, making it easier to transition into sleep. Set the clocks forward before you go to bed, although the time change doesn't occur until like 2 a.m. Set the watch and the household clock to the new time before you go to bed if they don't adjust automatically. Prioritize sun exposure on the Sunday after the time change. Plan to spend some time outside to help your body's internal clock adjust to the new timing of light and darkness. Keep your schedule light. Try not to overload your schedule Sunday and Monday in case you experience daytime sleepiness. It's best to avoid long drives right after the time change because of the potential dangers of drowsy driving. Take a nap if you can. If you grapple with significant daytime sleepiness after switching, a short 30-minute nap can actually help. Lastly, put your bedroom clock or phone out of arm's reach, away from you so you can't see it. Looking at the time frequently aggravates sleep problems, and it is frustrating. Well, okay, ready for the change? Speaking of sleeping issues, have they got you scheduled for a sleep study yet?
Not yet.
Nope.
Not yet. I've got the
request, and before the 28th, I have to drive over to Walterboro, South Carolina, and request another extension, I guess. But hopefully they'll have an appointment set up by then. And I don't know. I passed one 10 years ago. I don't seem to have any trouble. My wife says I sleep good. I don't snore much. And she says I don't quit breathing, so we'll see. We'll do it, and I've got enough people on here, on friends met on your show, that they said, you know, if you need it, get it done, because it's good for you, and it's not the end of the world, so we'll have to do it. I think the most interesting thing is when I asked them, you know, my neck has been the same size for 10 years, and it just comes down to the fact that of my weight, which, by the way, I've lost 10 pounds, you know, from last year. That didn't make sense. My neck ain't changed. That didn't make sense. But it come down to it, my age. Going to be 67. So, I don't know. And like I said, I talked to my doctor at the VA, and I told her that they want me to order sleep study for the trucking, and she goes, why? And I said, I showed her 19-inch circumference around the neck. She just freaked out on me. She said, what's that got to do with it?
Right.
I don't know what to tell you. That's what I got to do. So we'll keep you informed. Other than that, we just want to bring up something. I enjoyed the Constitution education last night, but unfortunately, nothing new. Everything that was said last night is well known. I'm still going on 67. I pretty well know what the Constitution is, and if I don't know, I know how to. I got this little thing called Google, and I can search it up. Is that constitutional? And now, you know, there's somebody on there that's going to explain it to you. So everybody can be a constitutional. You know.
Well, hey, we got to pause there, though. Hold the thought. We'll be right back.
And Hot Shots.
USA News Update. Nikki Haley has decided to halt her campaign for the GOP presidential nomination.
I have no regrets. And although I will no longer be a candidate, I will not stop using my voice for the things I believe in.
The former South Carolina governor told supporters that she wishes Donald Trump well without officially endorsing him. There's an expectation that interest rates will decrease at some point this year. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell mentioned that in prepared remarks on Capitol Hill. However, Powell clarified that he is not prepared to specify the exact timing yet. Wildfires are wreaking havoc on the Texas cattle industry. According to State Agriculture Commissioner Sid Miller, the death toll for cattle has reached at least 3,600, and it continues to rise. Miller emphasized the urgent requirement for hay to help feed the surviving cows. John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3600 3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, get back to the calls here, and quickly first, a recall. PACCAR is recalling certain 2009 model year to 2021. It's a number of years, 2009 to 2021 Kenworth C500. Model year 2014 to 16 Kenworth T440s. Yeah, I got 2009 to 15 T660s, 2015 to 2024 T680s, and 2009 to 2024 T800s. There's several else on the list here. Apparently, because the air tanks have insufficient volume of air for the brake systems. As such, these vehicles fail to comply with the requirements of the FMCSA Vehicle Standard number 121, which is air brake systems. Insufficient air volume can reduce braking performance, increasing the risk of crash. Now, they say this recall affects almost 700 rigs, according to the news release. Dealers will install the correct volume air tanks free of charge. Notification letters will be mailed, April 23rd, they say. Okay, so that just came down over the past day. Meanwhile, back to 5-7. All righty.
Yeah, 2007. 910. I'm not on the list. that was Hey, brakes, have an air for your brakes. That helps. Okay, back to this example. All right, and I argued this until finally it sort of dawned on me. It looks like it. This thing with Biden and the lockdowns. I know it wasn't a martial law, but he locked the country down, and Democratic controlled areas in the country followed after to the hill. Even Republicans in DeSantis in Florida started. But if you remember the reason why, there was a fear factor. Everybody was in fear.
Yes.
It was a fear, and they were. So he was able to violate constant. I understand. I want to live in the world that the guy last night mentioned. Constitution. Yes, that's the wall of separation. It keeps the government off our backs. But they didn't care about the Constitution because there were dead people everywhere. 200 there, 300 there, 400 there. They didn't care about the Constitution. But eventually, some common sense started perking up, and I'm going to say it again. If you repeat so much, a 5-year-old will understand. They'll learn it. Keep repeating that same little cartoon. Then before long, they'll know what the letter A means, okay? They arrested a man on a surfboard in California. He was the only one on the beach. Arrested him, put him in jail cell. A man locked down in Colorado, they said, stay in the house. You're supposed to stay in your house, locked down. Was out in his front yard playing Frisbee with his child, little girl. They arrested him, put him in jail, probably exposing these two men to COVID more than they ever would have been otherwise. And when they got out, probably exposing that to their family. You had the drive-in church. You had the state police in Kentucky. And by the way, they reelected that governor, taking down license numbers. And apparently, I'm just hearing lately that they were throwing tax down. So it's amazing. You've heard people dragging people out of the store, 4 or 5 people with a mask, dragging a person out that didn't have a mask on and beating them up in front of the store. This was our American citizens. They weren't worried about the Constitution. Mind you, up in Moscow, Idaho, they had an open-air church, and they come in and city leaders arrested them. They were all staying far apart, but they arrested them. By the way, that city of Moscow, Idaho, is having to deal with having to pay out hundreds of thousands of dollars to these people for violating the Constitution. Everywhere that this lockdown has happened, and they've been able to it takes money. It takes a lot of money to fight this stuff and take it to court. But everywhere the Bidens have been held accountable, it's been unconstitutional. What has Joe Biden and the Democrats suffered? Mind you, he did this with a Republican-controlled Senate. Currently, and yes, all right, now, we've went through wars, World War I, World War II, nothing would violate, our elections. Think about it. We're sitting here, according to Ted Cruz last month and Tim Scott last month, I'm repeating what they said. We have 10 million illegal aliens that has come up from the border, and who knows how many they've flown in since. All right, we know they're military-age young men. Last night I made mention, this is just a scenario. This is like saying Oprah's going to run in the Democrat Party. But this is just a scenario. We already know that they had 2 fires start one time up in the Northwest, and the fire started at the same time. We've seen power stations being shot out up and down the East Coast. Was that practice for what might be coming down the pipe? Now listen, yeah, we had elections during those times, but what happens if we have what we think might happen, what we've been hearing experts talk about, that we have people going after, you got dead Americans in the street by the hundreds, dead Americans, because they finally break out and say, this is when it's going to happen. All right, you watch and see if Biden doesn't declare martial law and the fear in this country, they'll say, yeah, let's do it. They won't care about your Constitution. And then finally, let's talk about posse comitatus. I really got educated on that when George Bush sent put troops down on the border. And everybody was saying, posse comitatus, Democrats. Posse comitatus, well, that was very well educated that this was where troops can't be, armed troops cannot be pointing their guns at American citizens. So they were all right down there. They were guarding our border. Well, it's not that hard. I went on your fan page, and I've only put like 5 stories. Now we're talking back to the 60s.
If memory serves, when W put when he put them down there, they were not armed. They had like their nightsticks or whatever. They were there in a more like the show of force sort of thing.
Yeah. But let's go with posse comitatus. It's clearly, I put on your fan page, after Martin Luther King was shot, they had riots all through New York City. They had armed National Guard trying to control it and quell the violence. You had the violence in Kent State. I'm sitting there eating my breakfast one morning, and WAKR on Akron said so many students got killed by the National Guard, shot and killed. So posse comitatus, man, they shot and killed these students.
But again, there's a difference. You got your state National Guard, and then you've got your federal National. The states, we said, the states have used it on a localized basis. The president has not, and now does not have the authority on a federal level to do that, to bring in the actual U.S. military. He doesn't have that authority.
Well, he used United States Army. Reason why I know this, my brother joined in 1965, and he made the mistake of going to typewriter class in high school, so they put him in the office, and he was typing in D.C. When he got called out, the only time he carried a loaded weapon was to stand in front of one of the Washington monuments against the protesters in the late 60s. And so posse comitatus, he had a loaded weapon in his hand. I put a video on your fan page. It talks about protesters heading to the Pentagon. They brought out United States Army soldiers with not just loaded guns, they had bayonets and standing in front protecting the Pentagon against American citizens. But I'm telling you, it's with this group we've got, the guy we got in there now, Lloyd Austin, didn't think twice to jump in and get rid of the quote racist in the military ranks, i.e., going after Trump supporters, trying to weaken out the Trump supporters. You had like Milley. You got people that are really favorable to the Democratic Party, and the only thing I can think of is they're looking for, when they get out of the military, they're looking for the big high-paying jobs, But I'm telling you, there are the scenarios that our Constitution don't mean nothing to these people. And if you can't see that, you can have your head in the Constitution all you want. They're getting away with all this stuff, and it isn't hurting them a bit. Donald Trump, it started with him, going after him while he was president, to this current time. What has Adam Schiff done? What has he suffered for the blatant lie in Congress?
Well, he hasn't suffered a thing. Matter of fact, there's a good chance Adam Schiff will have more power after November's election because he's going to take Dianne Feinstein's Senate seat, 5-7.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Our Constitution is
that's
important.
because, but you know how that's going to happen? The people in California, it comes down pretty much to Schiff and Steve Garvey now, right? Is it just name recognition? I don't think it is. The people, those lefty loonies in California, they don't care that Adam Schiff stood there and lied and lied and lied. And they're going to give this guy more. The Senate is more powerful than the House. Who would have thought that could possibly happen? But I see a distinct likelihood that Schiff will more than likely take that Senate seat in California. Quick timeout. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, with this date being a Thursday, we are actually 2 weeks from the day from kicking off this year's Mid-America Truck Show. All eyes focus on Louisville, Kentucky. Right now, though, currently underway, about halfway through. It started March the 5th. It's Work Truck Week, which I'm not honestly all that familiar with Work Truck Week, which is taking place at the Indianapolis Convention Center, I believe it is. The Indiana Convention Center there in Indianapolis. I know our Hot Shot Secret is there. Booth number N is in Nancy, N25. But yeah, Work Truck Week. I'll try to find out a little bit more. I'm thinking that's more of is that more like the suits and the ties and whatnot in the trucking industry versus Mid-America is about the truck drivers, everyone, anything that has anything to do with trucking shows up there for the Mid-America Truck Show. But stop on by if you're going to be there. Continues, this is what, the 7th? So we got today and Friday at the Indiana Convention Center. Booth number N25. And one more thing. Today's Thursday. You don't have a lot of time to get over to Facebook, get registered for your chance to win a Big Rig Duo. 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Stick Shit Eliminator and 2 64-ounce bottles of Diesel Extreme, a $200 value. Simply go to Facebook and go to The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Give us a follow and type in Hot Shot Secret under the comments section. That's it. Very simple. This is going to be the final. This has been a 4-week contest. This will be our final winner coming up. We'll announce that Friday morning. So good luck to you. Head on back to, where we go, Arizona. Lone Ranger is on board. Good morning. Is the Lone Ranger on board, or did he drop off? Okay, I'm not seeing Ranger. Let's try Gilligan. Morning, Gilligan.
Yeah. Boy, I'll tell you what, I'm glad I ain't got to follow Lone Ranger. As smart as that man is,
is your headset over top of your head?
Is that better, Steve?
You think?
Yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, all right. Sorry about that, Steve. Yeah, hey, I'm kind of glad Lone Ranger did not pick up, because following him makes everybody look a little on the dumb side.
Okay.
The man is one of the most intelligent men we have called into this show. I tell you what, got a lot of respect for the Lone Ranger. Yeah, I'm back out on the road, Steve. I tell you what, it's been a rough couple weeks for me, but I'm doing a lot better. I'm back on my feet.
So, I mean, you said it was
well.
a viral, so it wasn't COVID. Was it like was it the RSV thing they talk about, the respiratory syndrome, or do you know?
No, I don't believe so. It actually started off as pink eye. I got pink eye in my right eye.
Yeah.
I started feeling real bad fevers last Tuesday night, and I actually turned around early. I normally run to Greensboro, North Carolina, as many of your listeners know. And I turned around to Roanoke, which is a little bit over 100 miles short of that. We've got a terminal there, so it wasn't a big deal. They could move the load on from there, you know. And that pink eye got so bad, I was having trouble seeing out of my right eye.
Sure.
I wouldn't be able to get into my doctor until Thursday, and that's what it was, a respiratory infection, not a respiratory infection, but a
viral.
Yeah, it was a viral infection, you know, and all that. Well, you remember the week before I pulled something in my back. I tell you what, I think I'm falling apart. I got told 2 Mondays ago that my heart's back in and out of AFib. So I don't know. So I've got to go back in and do that procedure like I did last year. The good thing about that, though, this time around is it's not affecting me like it did last time. When I had it done the last time, I was really fatigued from it. But I've dropped about 30 pounds since then, so that's probably part of it, too. Now, I'm not going to make the truck show this year, but if you did, you'd definitely see a difference in how much weight I've lost since last year at the show. Because that was about the time I was at my heaviest, you know. But, well, I need to address a few things, Steve. I sent you a picture there of Bolt's new car.
I got that, yeah.
Did you get... Yeah, it's a sharp-looking car there. Yep. Well, by the way, folks, incidentally, she is waiting for the date, but she has turned her application in, and she is testing to go to the police academy this summer for West Virginia State Police. I appreciate any thoughts and prayers for my daughter Bolt and her pursuit of becoming a West Virginia State Trooper. Now, I need to address that meth head down there in Mobile, Alabama. I don't know. I think he's been smoking that meth again with Pappy, you know. I mean, first of all, he can't tell between a Challenger and a Charger. Then he made these false I thought they was false allegations about I ain't got my nightgown on and stuff being broadcast on 28. Well, we got to the bottom of that. That was a setup. Come to find out, that signal was coming from out there in Hamilton County, Ohio. So you know who was in on that thing. So, you know, I mean, he's been out there messing with the Inbred Rednecks campaign. You know, I don't know what I'm going to do about this one. But, you know, hey, everybody, just remember, keep on sending them contributions to the Inbred Redneck for President, to GMA and B Enterprises. We got a lot of administrative costs coming up. I mean, a lot of administrative costs. I think the wife needs a new Durango. Oh, I didn't say that out loud, did I, Steve?
Hey, the inbred redneck, he should be a billionaire by now. I mean, if he were able to cash out when that Dogecoin went up where it was earlier this week, he shouldn't need any more campaign contributions.
Oh, we need to keep bringing them in, Steve. We need to keep bringing them in.
Okay.
You know, we got that high administrative cost to handle all these funds coming in. Just keep on bringing them in, folks. Just keep on bringing them in. Well, I'm ready to pull into my yard down here at Greensboro. I hope everybody has a safe night. Maybe I can check in later. Take care.
Have a good morning. Glad you're feeling better there, Mr. Gilligan. And hopefully Mary Ann's okay as well. A couple minutes before we'll hit our news break. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. It was under the industry headlines where Chevron, the renewable energy group, announcing that they're going to be shuttering operations indefinitely at their biodiesel plants in Ralston, Iowa, and Madison, Wisconsin. Back in 2022, Chevron acquired the Ames, Iowa-based renewable energy group for what was reported to be $3.15 billion, with the goal of growing toward a production capacity of 100,000 barrels per day by 2030. Now, in 2022, they said, together we can grow more quickly and efficiently than either could on its own. That was Chevron's chairman and CEO, Mike Wirth. And now, that Iowa facility has been in operation since 2002, but it has been idled since December, according to the Carroll Times-Herald. Madison plant began operations in 2007. Between the two facilities, 50 million gallons of biodiesel were produced annually. However, they say the production of biodiesel is costlier than that of conventional diesel. Biodiesel has seen a steady decline in market value in recent months. I did not realize. I thought the idea of the bio was it was going to be more cost efficient, cost more to produce than conventional. According to the EIA, production capacity of renewable diesel in the U.S. reached 3 billion gallons per year last year, actually surpassing biodiesel production for the first time ever. Hold that thought. Back with more after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Nikki Haley has decided to halt her campaign for the GOP presidential nomination.
I am filled with the gratitude for the outpouring of support we've received from all across our great country. But the time has now come to suspend my campaign.
The former South Carolina governor conveyed the news to her supporters in South Carolina, expressing her well wishes for Donald Trump without officially endorsing him. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has voiced his backing for former President Trump's presidential aspirations. After Haley opted to suspend her campaign, the Kentucky Republican said it is evident that former President Trump has garnered the necessary support from Republican voters to be our nominee for President of the United States. He further stated it is unsurprising that, as the nominee, he will have my endorsement. Minnesota Representative Dean Phillips has decided to withdraw from the Democratic presidential nomination race. He revealed his decision on Wednesday during a radio interview in his home state. Phillips stated that he is endorsing President Biden, emphasizing the clarity of the choices. He initiated his unlikely campaign last October due to his belief that Trump would prevail over Biden in the general election. On April 25th, the U.S. Supreme Court will commence oral arguments in the immunity case concerning former President Trump. Trump is appealing a lower court's decision that rejected his assertion of immunity from criminal prosecution in his federal election interference case. Special counsel Jack Smith's case against Trump is presently on hold as the High Court deliberates on whether a former president can be held accountable for actions during their tenure. There's an expectation that interest rates will decrease at some point this year. Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell mentioned that in prepared remarks on Capitol Hill. However, he said he's not prepared to specify the exact timing. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Proposed legislation may empower individuals who believe they suffered adverse health effects from the COVID vaccine to file lawsuits against the manufacturer. Texas Congressman Chip Roy authored the bill, alleging, without scientific backing, that large swaths of Americans have been affected by COVID vaccines. However, a recent study published in the journal Vaccine revealed that occurrences of neurological, blood, and heart-related conditions following vaccination are exceedingly rare. Wildfires are wreaking havoc on the Texas cattle industry. According to State Agriculture Commissioner Sid Miller, the death toll for cattle has reached at least 3,600 and it continues to rise. Miller emphasized the urgent need for hay to help sustain these surviving cows. Wall Street concluded the day with an uptick in stock prices following a significant sell-off on Tuesday. Despite Wednesday's gains, certain tech stocks, including Apple, experienced a decline in shares. At the close of trading, the Dow Jones Industrial Average climbed 75 points to 38,661, the S&P 500 up 26 to 5,104, while the Nasdaq surged 92 points to 16,031. Steely Dan keyboardist Jim Beard has passed away at the age of 63. Billboard reported the musician died on March 2nd. While an exact cause of death has not been disclosed, a spokesperson for the band attributed it to a sudden illness. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
All right, as we make our way into a new day in the Mountain Time Zone. Welcome into a Thursday. Yeah, last story I shared there before we hit the top of the hour news break, we were talking biodiesel. I thought biodiesel was renewable diesel, like one and the same. Because biodiesel is a renewable, biodegradable liquid fuel. You've been getting blends of bio in varying amounts for years now, 10%, 15%. And of course, we talked about the issues of gelling. Bio blends tend to gel a whole lot quicker, but then they said in 2023, renewable diesel surpassed the biodiesel in the amount produced in the country. I thought, well, what's the difference? According to the energy.gov website, biodiesel and renewable diesel have similar physical properties and can be used for the same purposes as petroleum distillate fuels. However, while renewable diesel is a biomass-based diesel fuel similar to biodiesel, it is distinct from biodiesel because of some fundamental differences. I did not know. Renewable diesel can be produced from nearly any biomass feedstock, including those used for biodiesel production. Because renewable diesel is a hydrocarbon that is chemically equivalent to petroleum diesel, it may be used in its pure form, called R100, as a drop-in biofuel. As a drop-in fuel, it can be co-processed with petroleum diesel, seamlessly blended with petroleum diesel and or biodiesel in various amounts. It can be transported in petroleum pipelines, sold at retail stations, with or without blending. I did not realize things have changed over the years, right? Renewable diesel production. Blends labeled with an R by the percentage of the renewable diesel content. If you've got a blend of 20% renewable, 80% petroleum, it's R20. A blend of 20% bio and 80% renewable is called B20R80 to make a 100% biofuel. A blend of, and they'll mix 20% biodiesel, 20% renewable diesel, and 60% petroleum diesel is called B20R20. Didn't have a clue there were so many different types of blends out there. Do you know what you're getting? Well, good morning, Scarecrow. How we doing?
Well, Steve, I am guessing that unless a person is a user of biodiesel and such, that everything that you just relayed is probably news to just about every listener out there. I would have certainly guessed it was the same product, just with a slightly different name or such, you know. But once again, our horizons are broadened via Overnight Drive. There we go, man. Hey, you referenced Friday Eve a little bit ago there. I was actually dwelling on this last night a little bit. Think, we've got, the best day of the week, and we've got Taco Tuesday, although taco is kind of universal. The hump day, and then casual Friday. I was thinking we do need something for Thursday. Now, if you think Friday Eve will stick, we can go with that on Thursday here, But But you maybe want to leave the lines open to other, suggestions or whatnot too. But if it sticks, man. Steve, we heard last night that you are not going to be welcome to a spring break in Florida this year. Have you come up with an alternative?
Haven't gave it a whole lot of thought.
Oh, yeah.
How about you?
I'm guessing no, I haven't. I have not dwelled on that either, but yeah, I caught that story a couple nights back on the television there, and they've created videos and shorts for, I suppose, like TikTok and Facebook and all that other social media sources. They've generated real news releases, so to speak, telling everybody to stay home. Don't plan on coming down here and enjoying yourself.
Right.
In addition to what you'd relayed there last night, they're but it makes sense when you look at how revelry, how so out of control it can get in such way. Yes, that part's understood. Now, it was obviously a slow news day yesterday, day prior to that. They announced that Kate Middleton had been seen actually riding in a car, which, I guess she was hospitalized or such, but yeah, the paparazzi, they took and run with that. And then under the heading, who gives a shish kebab, Taylor Swift was caught coughing at a recent concert.
Oh, really?
Yep. She might have a bug. Can you believe that? But the Swift Nation, I'm certainly is going to be running with that. Yeah. Like you say, the whole shish kebab of it all. If I have to bail here, Steve, in everybody's best interest here, I'm going to have to bail out for the moment here. We'll come back with the rest of the story.
Take care of business.
We got it.
Business first. There you go. Thank you, Mr. Scarecrow. Don't be a scarecrow. Dial us up at 844-844-3388. Someone had shared this with me. I had it on my screen from last night. It didn't get around to it. We were too busy talking about Super Tuesday and Nikki Haley and when the hell she's going to drop out, all that. We have all discussed inflation and the price of getting a fast food meal. You used to be able to, you could feed a family of 4 for $20 at Mickey D's, right? Those days are long, long gone. This was, somebody shared a receipt. They went to the Five Guys restaurant. You familiar with it? They've got really good, I like their burgers. I love them. $24 receipt from a Five Guys restaurant. Posted on social media on X. A guy named Wall Street Silver published the picture of the viral receipt, which he said he took from Reddit March 1st. Prices are out of control, he says. $24 for one person. The receipt shows a bacon cheeseburger for $12.49, a regular soda, $2.89, small fry, $5.19. Now, if you're not familiar with Five Guys, if you're ever going to order fries, you order a small. And if you're looking to order fries for you and your significant other, just order one small fry because you get the fries and they kind of fill your sack with fries. If you order 2 orders, you'll have literally a whole bag of fries you're not going to eat. Anyway, the order total, $21.91 with tax. He added a $2.19 tip, $24.10 for a burger, soda, and fries. That post viewed over 25 million times, sparking the big debate about the prices at fast food chains. Wall Street Silver said, I guess I was expecting maybe $12, $15. I mean, for just one meal at Five Guys. This just seems to $22 just for the meal? What is the right amount these days? Many accounts agreed in blasting the burger joint prices. $5 for a small fry, that's highway robbery. Literally just a potato and some salt. Come on. Cut them a quarter. Cut them to a quarter. Like I mentioned, that's why when you order a small fry, it's $5 because you don't get a small fry like your little paper sack from Mickey D's. You get a ton of fries. Now, is it $5 worth? Well, you can get a whole 10-pound bag of potatoes, right? For that same $5. Let's see. I know a way to save $2.19 on that real quick, said another. Well, that's by not giving a tip, right? And one probably rightfully predicted, you ain't seen nothing yet. Wait till the $20 an hour minimum wage in California kicks in. Then you'll see. I think that's probably correct. Where are fast food prices going to go? Morning, Philip. $25 for a burgers, fries, and Coke. Hey there.
You can't compare Five Guys to McDonald's, man. Because Five Guys makes it like they used to make it before they got into all this extruding and all this other stuff, and when they make their hamburger and all that stuff. Five Guys makes their stuff out of fresh stuff.
Not frozen.
McDonald's,
and they use
their stuff is made.
The potatoes. They actually have the potatoes but they're fresh, sliced and fried potatoes right there. And you're right, never frozen, always fresh ground beef. And I think you can choose whatever toppings you want, right? You can get anything toppings wise for the same price, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can't compare the two restaurants. I mean, the concepts are totally too different. Five Guys is essentially like it used to be back in the day when we used to go down and get a hamburger. But McDonald's now is just processed. Everything is just out the door processed, From the French fries. French fries are made of... When you eat French fries at McDonald's, I guarantee you those French fries were probably made when they were first cut and all the processing started with them. Probably at least 1 month to 2 months before you ate it. Okay? That's the way a lot of that stuff is. And that's the difference in the price. Do you want it fresh or do you want it processed and made, pre-set up, And that's basically what fast food means. It means it's convenient where we can get it fast and go. When you go to Five Guys, you're going to wait a little bit before you get your stuff. It isn't like McDonald's. Here it is in a bag and you go. It's totally two different concepts. Even though I know they call it fast food.
You're actually going to have a hot burger that melts the damn cheese. I don't know when the last time I had melted cheese on a McDonald's burger was.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's put together so fast at McDonald's, and that's what it's about at McDonald's. I want the stuff fast, in and out, done. But the prices have gone through the roof. I agree with that, and it needs to be addressed. And I appreciate you talking about that blends and all that stuff with that fuel, because not too many people have talked about synthetic diesel fuel. Have you heard of that, Steve?
The term they used was renewable. I guess it is kind of a synthetic. That was kind of new to me. I mean, I've heard of the biodiesel. I know that's been around for years. I wasn't familiar with renewable.
Yeah, renewable diesel is basically it's a nice word for saying synthetic. You know how we buy oil for our cars? We have conventional oil, which is made out of regular oil, comes out of the ground. And then they have synthetic oil, which, they've got synthetic fuels. And, that's something that they haven't really looked at, have they, Steve? They push this electric stuff so much that they really haven't addressed synthetic fuel now, have they? I mean, it's crazy. If we have the ability to make synthetic fuel that will replace diesel and keep a diesel engine running or a gas engine running, why not develop? What do you think, Steve?
Right.
You know, I mean, that's what we want to push all this stuff, with the electric vehicles. We haven't talked much about, the hybrid vehicles. It's all seems like in the last couple of years it's been everything is electric. We want to go the whole electric way. Well, what about the hybrid stuff? We really haven't focused on that much. There's other things out there besides the total electric thing, that might make those batteries last longer. I mean, they're not looking at that possibility. I mean, plus two, we got a lot of vehicles out here that we got to figure out what we're going to do with by the time we get ready for this EV thing down the road. Nobody's really focusing on that one. What's going to happen with all the cars that we have now in the world, and trucks and all the other stuff that runs off of diesel and gas and all these other fuels. So what do you think about the Nikki situation there, Steve?
I think everybody, we've been saying since the Iowa caucuses that she didn't stand a chance, but I mean, 24 hours ago, some of the reports made it sound like she still wasn't gonna relinquish this past day, but I guess when the reality set in, the sun came up Wednesday morning, she's like, okay, it's over, we're done.
Yeah, I think she spent enough money, right? I mean, there comes a time when you got to cut it off. But I will say this much. The stage is set. The two guys are in there.
Mm-hmm.
You got, what do we got, Steve? Eight months to get this figured out?
Uh-huh.
Is that about, am I thinking right about there? All right, so we got 8 months to get our stuff together, and let's see who wins. Let the best man win. I mean, that's it. It's all said and done. And then we can carry on, and we won't have to hear all the stuff from different, all this other stuff coming from this person or that person. Stage is set. Let's go. Pick up your pants and let's roll. That's the way we got to go. So hopefully they get it together here. Let's see what happens. How many times in presidential history has this happened with a situation like Trump, a former president, coming against the president? Right, Steve? How many times has that happened? I mean, I would like to know that. I know it sounds silly, but what do you think, Steve?
Well, it's a first in mine and your lifetime. I don't know. Has it ever happened? That's a good question. I don't even know the answer.
And what the funny thing about it is, I think these are the two oldest presidents we've had, isn't it, Steve? They're the two oldest of all the presidents that have been elected. If I'm not mistaken.
Well, we know.
I mean, I'm not up onto the presidential history as far as
Biden is the oldest right now. Now, I don't know how old was Reagan when he ended his presidency. I don't know if Trump's got to be getting close to it either way.
Yeah, he does. So, but everything's set. Let's go. So we'll see how it plays out there. But did you hear about this Red Sea? The Red Sea, the ship who sunk out there in the Red Sea?
Yes, and another, I guess, the first crew members to be killed by a Houthi attack occurred yesterday or day before, right?
Absolutely. And that was on a container ship. But this one that sank out there, we talked about it. That ship actually sank down on some cables and cut them and disrupted a lot of stuff going from one side of the world to the other as far as digital information. There's a lot of, Europe and Asia had a split where they couldn't talk to each other there for a little bit because of the cabling that was underneath that ship when it went down, and it took that cabling out. Now they got to figure out how to get that fiber back up and get it back together.
Wow.
They got to get that ship out of there, but it's in such a spot that they don't know how they're going to do it because you got people firing missiles at you while you're trying to fix something, and that's what they're worried about now. So, people need to think about before they do things. And, the ship had an anchor out, and that anchor hit a cable and pulled it, and then the ship sank, and it sank down on the cable and busted it more. So, one of those things. And if you remember, Steve, we had the same situation happen just off of California when we had a bunch of cargo ships waiting to be unloaded, but they hung into an oil pipeline out there. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. Y'all have a good day, and thanks for having me.
All right, good to have you. Thanks for checking in. Had a couple of others jumping in here. Now, the ship that sank, that was an attack that occurred last week. This is kind of hot off the press from Wednesday. Another attack by the Houthi rebels on a commercial ship in the Gulf of Aden actually killed some of the crew members. Surviving crew abandoned ship. This is the first fatal strike in this campaign of assaults by the Houthis over Israel's war on Hamas. This was on a Barbados-flagged bulk carrier, a ship known as True Confidence. This further escalates the conflict on that crucial maritime link, Asia and the Middle East to Europe. Let's see, we know they've been launching attack after attack, and of course we began airstrike campaigns. We did in January. Yeah, but nothing we've done so far has stopped the attacks. Meanwhile, Iran announced this past year that they would confiscate a $50 million cargo of Kuwaiti crude oil for American energy firm Chevron that's aboard a tanker they seized nearly a year ago. So another twist in what is a year-long shadow war playing out in the Middle East waterways. Now, the attack Wednesday on the True Confidence came after it had been hailed over radio by individuals claiming to be the Yemen military. According to officials, the Houthis have been hailing ships over the radio in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden since launching their attacks. Analysts suspecting the rebels want to seize the vessels. Now, the extent of the damage on this particular ship not clear, but the crew fled the ship and deployed lifeboats, signaling a serious incident. According to U.S. defense officials, two other U.S. officials speaking anonymously acknowledged the attack did cause fatalities. They did say a U.S. warship and the Indian Navy were on the scene trying to assist in the rescue efforts. The UK MTO Wednesday night acknowledged the ship indeed had been abandoned by the crew and was no longer under command. So that particular vessel, tense times, is it not? It is 844-844-3388. Much more to cover. We hit the midway point here on a Thursday morning, right? Friday Eve. Good to have you on board. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Back with more after this.
USA News Update. Nikki Haley's decided to end her campaign for the GOP presidential nomination. The former South Carolina governor conveyed the news to her supporters in South Carolina, expressing her well wishes for Donald Trump without officially endorsing him. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said his endorsement of the former president should be expected. McConnell made the announcement endorsing Trump shortly after Nikki Haley suspended her campaign. McConnell emphasized that Trump has garnered the necessary backing from Republican voters. On April 25th, the Supreme Court is scheduled to listen to oral arguments in the case concerning former President Trump's immunity. Trump is appealing a decision from a lower court that rejected his assertion of immunity from criminal prosecution in his federal election interference case. The case brought by special counsel Jack Smith against Trump is presently on hold as the High Court deliberates whether a former president can be charged for actions while in office. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Maybe, I don't know, tomorrow's Friday. I don't know. Sometimes we hear from Philip on Friday. I was going to ask him if he's ready for the next big test. As the word comes down yesterday, the next test flight of the massive Starship rocket could happen next week. They are targeting March 14th, I mean next Thursday, for the third test flight of the Starship vehicle, according to the post on X. The company quietly published announcing a live stream of the launch. Starship, somewhat confusingly, consists of two parts. The stainless steel reusable upper stage, also known as Starship, and the super heavy first stage booster. When put together, they stand over 400 feet tall. Earlier this week, they announced they had performed the critical fueling test at the Starbase facility. During that test, over 10 million pounds of liquid methane and liquid oxygen were pumped into the rocket. Elon Musk said Starship Flight 3 preparing for launch. And he shared the link where you can watch at space.com when the time comes, courtesy of SpaceX. Starship and Super Heavy, designed to be fully reusable together, they are the world's most powerful rocket, capable of launching up to 165 tons into orbit. Big time. Well, good morning, Pappy. What's going on out there?
Nikki said bye-bye.
Oh, yes, finally, finally.
Yeah. It's like Ranger called that one, man. I guess her donors probably called her up last night and said,
That's it?
Sorry, hon. We're bailing, man. Man, Steve, I mean, all your callers, they go Ranger, Grump, Cue Ball, Vic. Vic is a walking encyclopedia.
Right.
You know? I'll be honest, Steve. I mean, for me to listen for 5 hours a night, even at work, pretty much when I can, man, you got to keep my attention. Your show does a pretty daggone good job, man. So what's next? What's going to be the big talking point next? It's probably going to be who's Trump going to pick for vice president.
Yeah.
That's going to be all the talking points probably going forward here for a while. I still think, I think it'd be Kari Lake be my number one pick. But, Steve, she is wants to run for Senate. So I don't know. If you put yourself in Trump's shoes and try to think like Trump does, he's a businessman. He's all about numbers, and his pick is going to be who he thinks can get him over the threshold there. Well, I don't know, Steve. There's rumors going around. I don't know. I hearing this chatter. Tell me if you heard this. Chelsea Gabbard.
I have heard that. Yeah, I've heard that name. Former Democrat. Now I guess she's independent, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You know, I mean, she's came around a lot. There was a guy that I saw an interview with this guy who's supposedly good friends with her. And this guy's a diehard Trump supporter, conservative. And he's been good friends with her for many years. And she said, you know, when you've seen what the Democrats were doing, when you've seen everything, she said, how could you support this stuff? You know?
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess people were questioning about some of the, I don't know, people she affiliated with or other organizations maybe she was affiliated with. She's like, well, that, you know, it happens to everybody in politics. She said, but if you notice, once I found out what these organizations were about, I pulled out. So I don't know. She might be up there. He's got to get the suburban women, Steve. You know, so she might just be odd. We'll see what happens, man. Rolling Stone magazine, Steve. Did you see that article?
I haven't seen nothing recently. You know, I know that if you're looking for a left-leaning publication, that's the go-to, Rolling Stone.
Yeah. Well, supposedly the Trump White House was a big dope fest. Steve, they are trying to flip this whole cocaine deal,
yeah,
you know, with the Biden White House and flip it around on Trump. And It just shows you how scumbags they are, man. I think Bongino talked about this a week or so ago. Man, he laid that to rest real quick. He said, let me tell you something, man. When you got presidents traveling, and dignitaries too, around the world negotiating, deals with other countries, nuclear deals, and you got the Secret Service protecting them, and you go into different time change. Anybody that's traveled into a different time change, just go out to California for a week and come back. He's like, yes, the White House doctor. It's been going on not just in Trump administration, Steve, it's going on for decades. That they would give, Secret Service, all the people in the administration, either some mild, the opposite of a sedative. Give them a little something to help them stay awake, let's say.
A little boost of adrenaline, which I think Joe's going to probably have to have a little boost tonight, right? If he's going to. Yeah. How long has he got to talk? 2 hours?
Steve, what do you think they are dumping in this guy? All doctors prescribe. But the way Bongino was made, these are just mild. And even when you came back in the original time zone, a mild sedative to help you fall asleep again so you get, a good night's sleep, man. You got to be sharp. But Rolling Stones made it sound like, it was a big meth house or something, man. Yeah. Everybody's walking around doing drugs. They just had to, lie like they do. Steve, that iconic photo of V-Day after World War II where you got that sailor kissing that nurse. Did you hear anything trying to take it down?
I've seen some of the headlines, and I guess they're backtracking now, saying was it Philadelphia or where was it?
I forget who it was. It was some lady apparently with some organization. Hey, that wasn't a consensual kiss,
right?
Trying to get it banned from a VA building or something. I don't know. It quickly got squashed, though. Steve, these people, man, they really make you question reality. My God. The other night when you asked me about, the FBI coming out and telling us about the Iranian threat, why are they doing it? You would think in case something happens, they're trying to maybe prepare us, or are they a false flag? Do they need somebody to blame something on if something does happen?
Mm-hmm.
Man, Tucker, I don't know if you've seen this interview. Tucker interviewed Hunter Shrink. Did you happen to see that?
No, that I did not.
Man, Steve, I'll tell you what, I've seen some really good interviews here lately. Really, make you question a lot of things, He's talking, man, what has been going on. Remember I told you several months ago, a real religious family when I was a kid growing up, and we were talking about the second coming, and this guy was telling me, man, everything's going to be backwards. What's left is not left, is right, up not up is down. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of like what's going on. They are literally making us question reality. It's kind of what this guy was saying too. Men can be women, boys can be girls. Let's go ahead and remove the child from the parents if they are not going with the flow.
Mm-hmm.
You know, perform surgeries on these juveniles. It just makes you question the climate train, the crime. People saying there's no borders. Steve, you had Joe Scarborough on TV today saying that there's no way Trump could debate Biden on policy.
Wow.
That Biden would blow him out of the water. And then you had the press secretary, seeing a clip on that today. He was on Fox. Standing on the podium, telling the American people that this was the best 3 years any president in history has ever had. And in fact, better than some presidents that had 2 terms. He accomplished more in 3. And they stand there and look at the camera and just say this stuff. And it gets, and a point this guy was trying to make is, man, they are really messing with our heads. Big time. It's like a big psyop, man. What they are doing can cause mass depression, anxiety to a whole country of people. It was a pretty good interview. Now, I did not know this about Hunter. He didn't go into what he was treating for. What happened, Steve, is he gets a phone call from somebody saying they want to schedule an appointment. And, man, let me tell you, this guy was really well articulated. You could tell this guy had some smarts about him, man. And, he sets up an appointment. Doorbell rings. He opens the door. There's about 10 DEA agents out there, all armed to the T. Raided his house. Took all kind of stuff out of there, had a search warrant. Wouldn't tell him what the search warrant was for. Hunter had a laptop in his office, Steve. They took a laptop belonging to Hunter Biden. And everybody was saying, man, you had this laptop from Hunter? Mm-hmm. This is a couple years ago. Man.
Right.
Like another laptop, right? And you didn't tell anybody? He said, listen, man, he's a patient of mine. He left it there. I called him several times, told him to come get it. He never did. Like in the case with the store owner, right? Come get your stuff, man. He never did. He took it, put it in a safe, and shut the door. I never opened it. No business of mine what was in there. He said, I'm a shrink. I know everything about him anyway. I don't have to look at his laptop. He said, that's client-patient confidentiality there. Right. I wouldn't do that. I got more morals. Anyway, they took all his guns, never charged him with a crime. To this day, they never charged him with a crime. They said a pharmacy was raided too. They raided this guy's pharmacy in town. Never arrested him. He seems to think somebody maybe made a phone call and said, hey man, Hunter Biden seeing this shrink up here, well-known shrink, I guess with the political and Hollywood class. And since Hunter's a dope addict, man, I wonder if this guy's furnishing Hunter, with some prescriptions maybe he shouldn't be getting. He seemed to think that's what that was all about.
Okay.
But they never charged him with anything. And he did mention about the whole, he gave up his license fee. First he was worried about, man, I'm going to lose my license, blah, blah, blah. It never happened. Then it finally come down to the point where he was like, this industry is getting crooked, man. I don't want no part of it. Gave up his license. He said, technically, I guess they really want to. How many times have maybe a patient called a doctor's office? Hey, man, I don't feel good, need this, that, or the other. Doctor maybe prescribes something over the phone. He said, if the DEA really wanted to, they could probably jack you up on some kind of charges. It's like getting in your car and driving to work. You cannot do it, Steve, without committing a traffic violation. I don't care what anybody says. It's impossible. There's too many traffic laws out there, man. I'd suggest everybody go watch these interviews, man. It's really an eye-opening. But what I was getting at is I didn't realize this about Hunter, is he was in the car with his mother and sister when that automobile accident happened, when they were both killed.
Oh, really?
Yes, sir. Which I did not know. Now, I knew his mother and sister was killed in a car crash.
Right.
Which is hard enough to deal with. I mean, come on, man. Let's be human here. I didn't know he was in the car when it happened. And Steve, he without disclosing anything they really talked about, but he kind of made it sound like Hunter was kind of forced into all this family business. He obviously had some problems in his head going on. And when the big guy's telling him, come on, son, we're going to go make some money, and you're going to help me doing it. And he's kind of like, I don't know, Pops. Yeah, come on, man. We're going to get rich. He wanted to follow a different path in life, which maybe resulted with everything that happened in some trying to escape reality and getting involved in drugs. Listen, I'm not defending Hunter, man. Comes a point in time in life when you realize you're doing wrong. Comes a point in time when you got to straighten your act up. Well, I'm not defending him, but very, very interesting where he was talking about how the media now is just totally, they lie to your face and they expect you to believe it. And if you question it, well, they're going to brand you with the scarlet letter. He talked about how they went after doctors. You will go with the flow, or we're going to take your license. We'll mark you with the scarlet letter. You'll never practice again. We've heard that story before too, Steve, right back in 2021, 2022. Doctors trying to come out and speak about some things that they were seeing. It just didn't quite make sense. Well, they say power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Some of those doctors lost their licenses. They did.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Man, listen, I'll get off here. I know you're getting close to the hour here, but, man, I hope Ranger is right about things not getting crazy. But, Steve, it might be a possibility. Maybe they admit defeat. Maybe they realize that how bad things could really get. Maybe they might just be like, man, hold on. Maybe this ain't the time. This could start something that we don't have no control over how it will end. Maybe they'll put the brakes on and we'll get through this. So I hope he's right. I think in the long run, Steve, because we got Jesus and the Lord on our side, brother. In the long run, we're going to come out of this one way or another. God always wins. It's just the way it is, whether the demons want to believe it or not. Hey, Steve, thanks for taking the call, man. Appreciate it. Everybody hammer down. Be safe.
Be safe. Are you with me? There you go. That could be our only saving grace, if there's enough left. All right, it's 844-844-3388. A couple of other tidbits as we roll toward news break time. Now, Wheelchair Dave chimed in, and he's kind of like, he said, the discussion the last couple of nights, some of these discussions have been about presidential powers to call up military or National Guard. And as I shared earlier, New York's Governor Hochul yesterday, calling up the National Guard to get them in the subways. The rash of crime and violence, high-profile crimes. Now, it's not martial law. Is it a state of emergency? Will they be armed? I would presume they will. She said she will deploy 750 members of the National Guard to the subways to assist the New York Police Department with bag checks. Looking, obviously, for knives and guns or other weapons for people getting on those busy trains. She will also send 250 state troopers and police officers from the Metropolitan Transit Authority, which is a state agency, to help with bag searches as well. And she's trying to mount a very aggressive public safety strategy. The message, after Republicans campaigned on crime concerns and did well, of course, in the House races in the 22 elections.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Nikki Haley is dropping out of the Republican presidential race.
I am filled with the gratitude for the outpouring of support we've received from all across our great country. But the time has now come to suspend my campaign.
Nikki Haley suspending her bid for the 2024 Republican nomination after losing 14 out of 15 Super Tuesday primaries and caucuses to former President Donald Trump. While she didn't give Trump her endorsement, she did encourage him to earn the support of the Republican and independent voters who backed her.
Democrats are touting their congressional victories ahead of President Biden's State of the Union address Thursday night. Senate Majority Leader from New York, Chuck Schumer, speaking to members of the press to highlight Democratic agenda victories.
When President Biden comes before Congress to deliver his State of the Union, Americans will hear a clear theme. America's economy is growing, inflation is slowing, and the Democratic agenda is delivering.
Not so fast, says Republican Minority Leader Mike Johnson from Louisiana.
He's going to try to stand up here and convince the American people that the State of the Union is strong and that we're on the right track. But everybody knows that's just simply not true. The State of the Union is in decline. When you talk about our safety, our security, our sovereignty, our economy, every metric, and everybody knows it.
Firefighters in Clinton Township, Michigan, say the owners of a business that caught fire early Monday morning did not have proper permits to store combustible gas. Canisters of butane, nitrous oxide, and thousands of vape pens with lithium batteries were inside the building and exploded after a fire broke out, killing one person. The company was last inspected in 2022, and officials say they passed. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
The Supreme Court is set to hear another case involving former President Donald Trump next month. USA's John Schaefer has the details.
On April 25th, the Supreme Court is scheduled to listen to oral arguments in the case concerning former President Trump's immunity. Trump is appealing a decision from a lower court that rejected his assertion of immunity from criminal prosecution in his federal election interference case. The case brought by special counsel Jack Smith against Trump is presently on hold as the High Court deliberates whether a former president can be charged for actions while in office.
New York Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul is announcing plans to deploy members of the New York National Guard and State Police to the New York City subway system following a slew of violent attacks. Governor Hochul discussing the plan with reporters, vowing to promote safety within the subway system.
I'm redeploying nearly 1,000 members of the New York State Police, MTA Police, and MTA National Guard to conduct bag checks in the city's busiest transit stations.
Minnesota Democratic Congressman Dean Phillips is dropping out of the race for the Democratic presidential nomination. He made the announcement Wednesday during an interview with a radio station in his home state. Phillips said he is endorsing President Biden because the choices are so clear. Phillips announced in November that he would not seek re-election for his seat in Congress. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Mack runs it back with horsepower to spare in Derbytown. Then a break until Memorial Day weekend, followed by a breakneck pace until summer officially arrives. All this as we complete our retrospective of last year's champs and begin looking forward to a 54th championship season. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. We hope you've enjoyed our multi-part look at the champions and award winners of 2023, but now it's time to turn our attention fully to the new season. In this report and the next few, we'll make an in-depth examination of the 2024 Grand National regular season calendar, followed weeks later by the ever-expanding regional national circuit. But before we get around to making your summer plans, the NTPA is gearing up for its first Grand Invitational event of 2024 in hallowed Freedom Hall on the campus of the Kentucky Expo Center in Louisville. The Mack Trailer NTPA Winter Nationals will bring together 4 championship divisions, Pro Stock tractors, Super Semi trucks, and mini and multi-engine modifieds for one night of thrilling action on Saturday, March 23rd at the conclusion of the Mid-American Trucking Show. Check out ntpapull.com for a current list of invited competitors and more Mack Trailer Winter Nationals event details as they are finalized. Louisville should whet your appetite for what promises to be the most exciting Grand National campaign ever. It launches in Benson, North Carolina for the Mule City 300 at Galat Motorsports Park. This year's iteration of the Mule City 300 features 6 Grand National divisions, light Superstock, Superstock Open, and Pro Stock tractors, 4-wheel drive trucks, and mini and twin-engine light modifieds on Friday and Saturday, May 31st and June 1st. For facility information, visit galotmotorsportspark.com. The next weekend, attention shifts to the Hawkeye State for the Farley Nationals at 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa, on Friday and Saturday, June 7th and 8th. It's also a 6-division show, but this time center stage at the twin tracks will belong to Super Farm and Pro Stock tractors, 2-wheel drive, 4-wheel drive, and Super Semi trucks, and multi-engine modifieds. Visit 300raceway.com to have a look. Then comes the GN Tour's only visit to the land of 10,000 lakes and the Power Pole Nationals in Hutchinson, Minnesota, on Friday and Saturday, June 14th and 15th. Another half-dozen classes, Superstock Diesel and Pro Stock tractors, Superstock Diesel 4x4 and Super Semi trucks, and mini and unlimited modifieds will churn the dirt at the McLeod County Fairgrounds. The event's website is powerpolenationals.com. And a busy June for the NTPA's Grand National Circuit concludes with the season's first Super National, namely the Budweiser Dairyland NTPA Super Nationals at Recreation Park in Tomah, Wisconsin. 11 GN divisions and 3 Region 3 divisions will compete twice each over the course of 5 sessions, from the evening of Thursday, June 20th through the evening of Saturday, June 22nd. For more information, visit tomahtractorpole.com. All of these session-by-session class listings, as well as those for around 75 other events, may be found on the schedule page at the all-new ntpapull.com, your #1 resource for everything related to NTPA Championship pulling. We'll take on the next chunk of the Grand National season next week. But before we do, let's take a moment to welcome 2 new Grand National Division sponsors. New Fields Ag will present the Superstock diesel tractors, and CM Pulling Tires will present 2-wheel drive trucks, all throughout 2024. Thanks to New Fields Ag and CM Pulling Tires for coming on board. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, thank you much, John Dunlap. I imagine he will be on the scene there in Louisville a little over 2 weeks from now for the big event closing out the Mid-America Truck Show, Freedom Hall, the Mack Winter Nationals. All right. Meanwhile, we've had just one threat of a strike after another, from UPS to the United Auto Workers to Anheuser-Busch. Yeah, one by one, things have worked out. We had railroads last year. A couple of years ago, we had West Coast ports. Well, we're only into the month of March, but according to FreightWaves, there is an increasing abundance of skittishness surrounding the future of the East and Gulf Coast ports, as the labor contract between the International Longshoremen's Association and the U.S. Maritime Alliance is set to expire at the end of September. The ILA, representing some 70,000 dock workers, while the USMX represents employers at 36 coastal ports, including 3 of the United States' 5 busiest ports: the Port of New York and New Jersey, the Port of Savannah, and the Port of Houston. Contract negotiations between the two started over a year ago, February of 23, but quickly foundered on the issue of wage increases. And they tell us developments since then have not been very promising. In November, ILA leadership warned roughly 45,000 of its members to prepare for the possibility of a coast-wide strike come October of this year, after the current master contract expires. That is a busy, busy time of year, right? October, horrible time to see some sort of a disruption like that at the ports. ILA president also cautioned that there is no chance of extending the current contract past the expiration dates. In other words, ILA dock workers are fully prepared to swap pallet jacks for picket signs October 1. Not surprisingly, these threats kind of unnerved trade associations like the National Retail Federation, which have actively voiced their desire to facilitate negotiations between the two. National Retail Federation President and CEO, in a letter January, expressing concern that the discussions have been on hold for months, and as this continues, talk of potential disruptions have increased. Now, even the threat of disruption can have a negative economic impact on those covered ports, especially if cargo owners and other supply chain stakeholders believe the operations are going to slow or even shut down during the peak shipping season this fall. Other analysts concur. In a November post, the Maritime CEO Lars Janssen writes, the mere threat of a strike could cause shippers to preemptively move cargo to the west ports. Now, the threat's likely not going to idle at all, but the saber rattling at this point is to be expected. Now, in many ways, the ILA is riding on the numerous successes that labor has seen in recent years. As I mentioned, ratification of the new agreement with UPS after a 46-day strike against Ford, Stellantis, and GM, the United Auto Workers, big pay raises. And, of course, there were the protracted negotiations around the West Coast ports. Now, we go back to the peak, near the peak of the COVID import boom. The labor contract between the International Longshore and Warehouse Union and the Pacific Maritime Association expired July 1 of 2022. We witnessed after that an 11-month period of confusion, uncertainty, and absolute chaos at the West Coast ports. Now, it was during that time a lot of freight was beginning to be diverted to these other Gulf Coast and East Coast ports. Soon after the contract's expiration, 52 trade associations, industry organizations, and businesses, including the National Retail Federation and the PMA, penned a letter to Governor Newsom at the time, urging him to incentivize growth at the state's ports. So it's a bit ways down on the horizon, but talk between the two parties have been at a stalemate. They have no discussions. And the threat that no extension of the existing contract, you don't get a day more come October 1. We'll keep an eye on that. Eagle, how we doing this morning?
Well,
that's you, Eagle. Yeah, we got you. Go ahead. All right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm awake this time. I guess I don't know if you put me on the radio or not, but fell asleep again. I don't know, man. I've been doing a lot of driving. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of driving. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out. I'm headed to Georgia right now, so I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get to the car race down in Florida this week, NHRA. I don't know if I'm gonna make it there. I may have to. They can't find me no load going into Florida, so I may have to get another load going back somewhere else and look like you're not looking too good. You're not looking too good there, Steve. But I want to talk about a couple things tonight. Finally, we got something going on. We waited a long time for. I might as well talk about Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley, to get out of the race. It took her a long time. She should have made that move a long time ago. When DeSantis decided to jump out, she should have got out. But she wanted to stay in, and she still didn't do the right thing yesterday, Steve. She still didn't say she was going to endorse Donald Trump and bring her people over to Trump and try to help him get in the White House. So she still ain't done the right thing as far as I'm concerned. So she won't get a job working for Donald Trump in his cabinet. So, she might be looking at 2028, when Trump leaves, maybe she can do something. But, she hurt herself as far as that. But one thing she needs to do, though, is since they claim the people that was giving her money had a lot of money, make sure you run for them. Make sure you run as a Democrat. Make sure you come in as a Democrat in 28. If you still got to say, if you still thinking the way you're thinking, you don't need to waste nobody's time as a Republican, Nikki. So just do the right. Come back as a Democrat, because that's exactly what you are. Now, as far as let's get to the other deal, Steve, and that's Joe Biden. Unfortunately, he's gonna be on TV tonight. Joe Biden will be on TV holding another State of the Union. Like you said at the beginning of the show, you read out something. The speaker telling the Republicans not to embarrass themselves and try to interfere with Joe Biden. And I agree with that. You gotta show some class on this deal. But there are things they can do, to let Joe Biden and his people know they don't like what he's doing. Especially if he comes out and blatantly lies. I hope Joe Biden. I know he's low as a snake, Steve, but I hope he don't come out tonight and say what he said a couple of weeks ago when he had that secretary with his guys, they walking around talking about the border was already open when they got the job that Donald Trump left the border. Okay, I hope Joe Biden don't come on TV and say that tonight, Steve, because he's already embarrassed himself. If he does that, the Republicans they might start booing. They might start doing something in protest because that's a big insult, Steve. And they talking about that they're trying to do everything they can. They're still walking around talking about that they are doing. Can you believe that, Steve? 15 to 20 million people, and they saying that they are doing everything they can to stop people. And yet, like you said last night, now they flying people into the USA. Is that right, Steve?
That is
now
correct.
Now they flying people in.
Correct.
Yeah, this is really sad, Steve. I never thought 3 years ago, like I told you a couple of times, I knew things were gonna be bad when Biden got in, but not even in my worst nightmare. Maybe I'll wake up tomorrow morning and this will all be one nightmare, and it's just none of this could be true. You couldn't tell me before before 2020, Steve, if you would have told me that we would have 15 to 20 million illegals in this country, that we would have the border wide open, that we would have drugs all over the streets, gang members, some of the most dangerous gangs in the USA, in the history of this country, running loose, I would tell you, you're a liar. There's no way. Ain't no way all that's going to go down, Steve. Ain't no way I would believe in something like this would transpire in America, but that's exactly what's going to happen. This is really sad, Steve. And here's the scary part about this deal, Steve. In 3 years, this guy's done this much damage. And like I heard another guy say the other day, who are these people, Steve? Who are these people that are voting for Joe Biden? I want to know. I want to know who are these people. What person in their right mind would walk into a voting booth and press the button for Joe Biden? I just can't. I cannot. What have you not seen? I don't give a damn how much you hate Donald Trump, Steve. These people, you can hate the ground that Donald Trump walk on, and you still should make the decision to vote for. If you're looking at the man that's going to make America better and greater, you got to press the button for Donald Trump. I don't care if you hate Donald Trump or not. This is just terrible, Steve, what's going on. And here's the real scary part about this deal, Steve. The reason why I say it's like a nightmare is that I got a real bad feeling. They've already talking about how they stealing votes. A lot of people believe, some people, I heard a guy today saying that he don't even think that Nikki Haley won Vermont, that they might have rigged it up in Vermont so she can win. He believes that Donald Trump, because they said that a person can vote any way they want in Vermont, Steve. So that means that a damn Democrat can vote for Nikki Haley. Basically what he's saying. So we don't have. I believe that Donald Trump had a clean sweep last night. I don't even think he lost Vermont as far as I'm concerned. From a guy that I heard today, he's saying that they already rigging up votes, Steve. They already rigging votes. I don't trust these people looking at them. And like Donald Trump say, the best way to beat these people is for everybody to get out and vote. We can't have people staying at home. You can't say, well, I think Trump will win without my vote. Donald Trump needs every vote he can get so he can overwhelm the system, so even these losers can't erase some of these votes off the books and steal this election again. Because I got a real bad feeling that's what they're gonna try to do, Steve. They're gonna try to rig this deal again, and that's the scary part. But you know something I want to talk about. One thing I talk about right quick, Steve, before I hang up with you, and that's the deal that's going on down in Florida where I live at now. And I don't give a damn how much money, how much tourism dollars, how much this. I don't care how much those people, those punks, they don't know how to conduct themselves. I don't blame the mayor of Miami not to allow these spring breakers into Miami, Steve. These people have destroyed that city. Every summer, spring break, they come down there and raise all kind of hell. They don't know how to act. These kids are a different breed than what they was when I used to go on spring break. You see, we used to go on spring break, have a good time, party, drink, and go on back to the hotel and mind our own business. But not these guys. They got to block the streets. They got to raise hell. They got guns. They one guy look at somebody the wrong way, or somebody talk to somebody else. All hell break loose, and now you got a damn gunfight in the middle of the street, just like we had up in the parade up in Kansas City a couple of weeks ago. These people do not know how to conduct themselves, and I don't blame the mayor of Miami for denying them access to the city or the damn beach. They only let families in, people got wives and kids they with, and you got these punks down there walking around with no shirts on, girls with no, bikinis half naked. These people have families, and you want to take your family into that type of environment. These people, like I said before, they learn to conduct yourself like a human being, and then people would stop denying you access to these places. I don't feel sorry for none of those people. Keep your damn money. We don't need your money in Florida. We got enough money down here in Florida. These people talking about, well, we gonna lose tourists. So what? They got other two people that's coming to Florida tourism, and then they know how to conduct themselves, and they ain't got to worry about somebody getting shot due to somebody's stupidity. So I agree with, like I said, I agree with everything the mayor of Miami said. The hell with them college punks find somewhere else to go to for spring break. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Trying to keep the calm. That's what they're going to do. Keep the calm, right? There's a truck, a box truck, actually. This is kind of funny. Maybe not. It's got a billboard. Pretty much it's a wrapped, rolling billboard. Photos taken in around the Louisville area in recent days, slamming Mitch McConnell as Fentanyl Mitch. Question, why hasn't Mitch McConnell done more to stop the Chinese fentanyl crisis in Kentucky? It's actually like a billboard screen before flashing the answer, which is follow the money. It's like some of the billboards you see on the side of the highway, the digital billboards, the sign can change. It's like a movie screen. That's what this rolling billboard essentially is. Notably, the background of the text was red with the 5 yellow stars seen on the Chinese flag to the left of the message. The other side of the truck billboard featured a photo of Mitch McConnell next to the name Fentanyl Mitch. And the word which was above fentanyl, cocaine, was crossed out. The letter M in the name Mitch on the billboard was a blue labeled pill, like the pills that are being sold on the streets, the fentanyl-laced M30 pills. They're light blue in color. The M is imprinted on one side, 30 on the other. Now, the reference to cocaine harkens back to the 2018 Republican West Virginia Senate candidate named Don Blankenship, who famously nicknamed the Kentucky senator Cocaine Mitch in a campaign attack ad. So that kind of explains the bad. The billboard truck is an ad for Breitbart News senior contributor and Government Accountability Institute president Peter Schweizer's new book, which is called Blood Money. The truck seen driving past Mitch McConnell's Louisville office, past the Gene Snyder Federal Building there in Louisville. Also spotted driving through downtown Louisville on Main Street outside the famous Louisville Slugger Museum. But, of course, in the book, Schweizer explains the financial ties that McConnell has to China. We've discussed this when Elaine Chao was the Transportation Secretary, or DOT. Which was it? DOT? Well, whichever. She's actually, she had showed up there at the Mid-America Truck Show a few years ago. And we talked about the ties to the big shipping industry. Her father-in-law's shipping business. Big-time financial ties to the Chinese government. The Chao family runs an international shipping business that is heavily dependent on the good graces of the Chinese government. The family business, Foremost Group, and subsidiaries do a lot of work with some of the companies named in the book. I think we all know about the ties. Elaine Chao, and just, oddly how, I guess that was Elaine's sister, mysteriously died a couple weeks ago, and there's an investigation into maybe some foul play being involved there, ongoing.
USA News Update. Nikki Haley's decided to end her campaign for the GOP presidential nomination. The former South Carolina governor conveyed the news to her supporters in South Carolina, expressing her well wishes for Donald Trump without officially endorsing him. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said his endorsement of the former president should be expected. McConnell made the announcement endorsing Trump shortly after Nikki Haley suspended her campaign. McConnell emphasized that Trump has garnered the necessary backing from Republican voters. On April 25th, the Supreme Court is scheduled to listen to oral arguments in the case concerning former President Trump's immunity. Trump is appealing a decision from a lower court that rejected his assertion of immunity from criminal prosecution in his federal election interference case. The case brought by special counsel Jack Smith against Trump is presently on hold as the High Court deliberates whether a former president can be charged for actions while in office. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, real quick before we get back to your calls, I pulled up the latest because I know I had seen that earlier this week. Something just ain't right with the passing of, it's technically Mitch McConnell's, the sister-in-law, Angela Chow. It is now officially under investigation as a criminal act. See, the crash, she was 50 years old, died last month in a crash on private property in Texas, Blanco County. CNBC is now reporting here just a couple of days ago that the county sheriff's office wrote a letter to the Texas Attorney General saying this incident was not a typical accident. Now, the preliminary investigation said it was just an unfortunate accident. But the sheriff's office says they're now still investigating this as a criminal matter until they get enough evidence to rule out the criminal activity. Chow was the CEO of the Foremost Group, which I was mentioning before I pulled the latest on this investigation of the family shipping business. Yeah, Angela's name in Chinese sounds like the characters for peace and prosperity. Her father spoke. And she's the younger sister of Elaine Chow, who was the transportation secretary. That was it. Who's married to Mitch. Yeah, the Chow family, the big international shipping business, heavily dependent on the good graces of the Chinese government. Foremost Group, that's the family business. Hutchinson enjoys a close working relationship with the Chinese government and military while conducting significant business with the Chow family business. Now, this is all documented in Schweitzer's book. He reveals the company has deep ties with Chinese organized crime. And Hutchinson has been flagged by U.S. officials for problems with smuggling weapons and other prohibited items, according to U.S. government reports. In Mexico, Hutchison controls and operates the international terminals in Manzanillo and Puerto de Lázaro Cartagenas. U.S. officials believe 90% of the fentanyl precursors that are coming from China arrive in Mexico through that Manzanillo port alone. And the fentanyl produced there ends up here on the streets of America, I guess, and elsewhere. Yeah, he notes in the book Blood Money, these financial connections could present a potential conflict of interest for McConnell that may prevent him from seriously confronting China's complicity in the fentanyl crisis. The entire family's dependence on Beijing's favor for the operation of their business is real. Now, were Senator McConnell to actually take action that would maybe anger Chinese leadership, they could effectively destroy the Chow family business overnight, he says. Just some of the pieces that come together. Angela Chow, of course, again, she was the, I guess, the boss of the shipping organization. So CEO was the official. Chow was the CEO of Foremost Group. Separate stories I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. She was driving a Tesla, and I'm not sure exactly how the crash occurred, but they're thinking that there may have been some like outside manipulation, like a hack into the vehicle. We talk about all this Chinese technology. That just came to light here in the past week as well. China's ability to hack into and control. So the sheriff said this incident was not your typical accident. They're looking into, could that vehicle have been hacked into or remotely controlled, those sort of things. It's all stuff out of a Clancy kind of film, but it's real life today. Carl checks in here. What's going on, Carl?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Appreciate it, buddy. Had a little bit of fog down here in Alabama this morning, traveling southbound, 59. But anyway, just thought I would call in. I guess we're going to hear Joe Biden talk about all the success that he's had since he's been president. He's Coringe, I call her Coringe Jean-Pierre. Okay, she speaks up for him, and she's really really a mess with the way that she lies every day about Joe Biden and what all he talks about and everything like that. And she's just going on about all the success that he's had and everything, and he's going to get up there tonight and just lie. You know, that's what we're going to get ready to hear. But the real speech is going to come after that with the Republican response. And I'm expecting a great speech. It's a woman going to be speaking. And I had her name down last week about that, but I can't think of it right now at this time. Right. But the Republican response is going to be a good one. And I'm expecting a really good response out of that. So, but getting into the what's going on over there in Israel and with the Gaza Strip and everything, we've got so much to talk about, so much to discuss about what Joe Biden has done to this country. But I'm going to, just simmer it down here a little bit about this Gaza Strip. But, Israel has had trouble since biblical times over there with that territory. And I remember when I was young, in the 70s and 80s, they had the PLO guy, Yasser Arafat, over there, Palestinian Liberation Organization. And he was a leader of terrorists over there, Towhead guy. And then Menachem Begin was the Prime Minister of Israel, who really is in the same position that Netanyahu is in today. And they've always had trouble with that area over there. And what are we supposed to think that Israel is doing over there, trying to achieve peace all the time over there? And even Israel had to sit down with Egypt over there when Jimmy Carter was president and work out a peace deal amongst the PLO and Israel. They all had to get together for a big summit there, I remember. What are we supposed to think that Israel is going to do if they're attacked like October 5th of last year? And then they receive all of these bombs that people are coming over with bombs strapped to their backs in restaurants and facilities everywhere in Israel over there, and they're just wanting to have peace. Israel, to me, I just feel like that Israel has got to be thinking, we want this stuff to end, and they're just wanting to have peace and enjoy life, and in that whole territory with the Palestinians there, has always been a mess, and it's just they allowed the Hamas to build tunnels underneath that entire area over there. Now, how does that happen? How do you get a tunnel network like termites underneath your houses, underneath your hospitals, and rooms for meetings and things of this nature? Israel didn't build those tunnels. Hamas built those tunnels, and they are the branch of Iran that's working over there. And the Palestinians themselves allowed that to happen. Now, what is Israel supposed to think? And then we've got people like AOC and everybody is saying, well, we need to have peace with the Palestinians, and this, that, and the other. And then we've got Joe Biden dropping food out over the Palestinian territory here, and they had over 100 and some killed just this past weekend on account of those drops, because Israel was fired upon over there. Their troops were fired upon, and it's just, why is Biden dropping food? You know, when I was a young boy, my grandma is just an example. Okay, went to feeding dogs. Okay, she had about 9 dogs that she would feed, and occasionally when you get 2 dogs eating in the same pile of food, okay, you're going to have some growling going on, and eventually you're going to have a big fight on your hands, you know, and you're going to have some issues there, and it's because people are hungry. People are hungry. Okay, the dogs are hungry. The people are hungry. Okay, when you start dropping food like that, and they want the stuff, but then you also have Hamas is still there. Okay, and they're going to get some of that food too. And you've got the MREs. Yeah, it's pretty good stuff. Okay, and especially if you're hungry, and you go on with that, and you're going to have these incidents to happen all the time. But Israel is just trying to get peace. But Biden can't seem to realize that there comes a time that you need to decide, are you going to be all in or just one toe in? You know what I mean? And you're going to have to get busy with some real help, okay? And what I mean by that is Joe Biden is not capable of doing that. So, yeah, it's a bad idea for him to do it, but it's going to have to be done. And by the time Donald Trump gets in there, wow, it's really going to be a mess. I mean, really going to be a mess.
Well, I can kind of, I can answer your question as to why he's not doing anything or doing. Why is he? Well, first of all, Kamala Harris here the other day, calling for we must have a ceasefire, and then Biden ordering the military 38,000 MREs dropped into Gaza. Now if you've got the armed Hamas terrorists, actual members with the weapons, and you got the everyday civilians who are trying to go out there and scoop up something to eat, somebody with a gun pointed at you can take away that food that you otherwise thought you might get to eat. Undoubtedly, most of that food is going to go to the Hamas, the surviving, what's left. I don't know how much Hamas terrorists are left over there. But to answer the question, though, and I think Angela sent me this here just a bit ago. I wasn't going to bring it up, but he says protests that are sure to turn violent are being planned by the communist factions in the Democrat Party and worldwide to replace Joe Biden at the top of the ticket. He's talking about when the Democrat convention rolls around. Kamala Harris demanding a ceasefire, clearly designed to save Joe from the gathering storm. Now, in her speech, she condemned Israel for allowing a humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza. But here's what it comes down to, if you missed it over the past weekend. A Times Square pro-Hamas rally. We've seen these rallies taking place all over the country, and this is the ramifications of bringing in some of these individuals with anti-American sentiment freely to come into the country. They're not here to assimilate. In this case, it was a Times Square pro-Hamas rally that turned into a nightmare situation. Protesters actually blocking a police bomb squad from responding to a potential bomb threat, which turned out to be a grenade that was later determined to be inactive and inert. But these demonstrations have all been documented in reports with photographs, largely being organized by communist groups here in America who pledged their allegiance to China and Russia. What you've got is Joe Biden's initial support for Israel, which is now kind of coming back to haunt him, prompting talk even in some of the left-wing circles of what they're going to be anticipating days of rage, protests at the Democrat National Convention in Chicago come August. Yeah, they're going to be looking for his replacement. The anti-Israel progressives who were aligned with Moscow and Havana. We've seen this before. The violent Days of Rage protests in 1969 were the culmination of months of street actions and riots to protest support for anti-communist South Vietnam in their war with North Vietnam. It was backed by Russia and China. Under this kind of pressure, including riots during the Democrat convention in Chicago in 1968, incumbent Democrat President LBJ withdrew from the race. The Democrat Party splintered. LBJ was replaced by Hubert Humphrey, a senator who lost to Richard Nixon in the general election. Senator Robert Kennedy had entered the race to challenge LBJ, but he was fatally shot for supporting Israel by a Palestinian Marxist, Sirhan Sirhan. According to the congressional report on the Weather Underground, which grew out of the Students for a Democratic Society in the Vietnam War protest, the Days of Rage had followed visits by members of the terrorist group to both communist Cuba under the name of the Venceremos Brigade for terrorist training. In the present-day context, there have been important meetings taking place in Havana, Cuba, and Moscow that are laying the groundwork for Biden's ouster and more street violence. So-called Palestinian resistance and Islamic movements just met in Moscow, which was preceded by a visit to Havana by two top, quote, progressive Democrats, Representatives Pramila Jayapal of Washington and Ilhan Omar of Minnesota. Now, Jayapal is the chairwoman of the Congressional Progressive Caucus. Of course, Omar is the deputy chairwoman. But he says don't look for the FBI or the CIA to be on guard. I mean, it's things that could happen. Undoubtedly, if you look at, was it the Michigan primary last week? They weren't a part of Super Tuesday, I think. They have been, wherever it was. But if you'll pay attention, you see that in Dearborn, Michigan, a big Muslim enclave in Michigan, they voted for other than Joe Biden. There's concern from the Democrats that they're going to lose. How many millions of votes in this country might there be currently from Palestinian sympathizers? And it's not just Dearborn, Michigan. That is a heavy enclave of Palestinian support. But it's happening. These protests, taking over the bridge, taking over the streets, protests all over the country. And they're afraid they're not going to vote for Joe Biden. I can see what this guy's saying is coming to a reality. All right, separate points to ponder. What else we got in the mix here? Let's move on over. With the Republican field down to one, I can't help but kind of laugh. Mitch McConnell. No love lost between Trump and Mitch, right? Whereas Nikki refused to endorse Trump after she ended her campaign this past day, Mitch McConnell did take a knee and made his endorsement. It's abundantly clear former President Trump has earned the requisite support of Republican voters to be our nominee for President of the United States, says McConnell. it should come as no surprise that as nominee, he will have my support, Mitch said. Now, of course, that only after Nikki Haley said she's dropping out of the race. Yeah, that statement kind of leaped over the hard feelings between these two and went right back to recall when, went right to before the irreconcilable differences took place on the subjects of the 2020 election and the Capitol insurrection. McConnell comes out yesterday and says, during his presidency, we worked together to accomplish great things for the American people, including tax reform that supercharged our economy, a generational change of our federal judiciary, most importantly, the Supreme Court. He said, I look forward to the opportunity of switching from playing defense against the terrible policies of the Biden administration to a sustained offense geared toward making a real difference in improving the lives of the American people. All right. McConnell's advisor and Trump campaign manager apparently had been having discussions to bring about an endorsement, according to the Washington Examiner. Now, even before the endorsement, Trump was trying to bring the Republicans together so we could turn the focus of this contest against Joe Biden. I guess you'd call it his Super Tuesday, would be a victory speech. He did say, we want to have unity, we're going to have unity, and it's going to happen very quickly. Biden is the enemy. He's destroying our country. Make America great again, was his post on Truth Social. Now, NBC noted Republican Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa, who's the only member of the Senate Republican leadership to not publicly back Trump, finally also did so this past day. And as we know, again, Haley did not endorse Trump in her exit speech. She simply said Trump is going to have to do what he can to earn the votes from what had been her supporters. But we will get back to the phones coming up as we head toward that final hour, believe it or not, on a Thursday morning. I'm Steve Summers. Good to have you with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Senate Majority Leader from Kentucky, Mitch McConnell, is announcing his endorsement of former President Donald Trump following his Super Tuesday victories. Leader McConnell speaking to reporters about his endorsement of Trump, who he has had disagreements with in the past.
February of 2021, shortly after the attack on the Capitol, that I would support President Trump if he were the nominee of our party, and he obviously is going to be the nominee of our party.
Leader McConnell announcing his resignation from Senate leadership last week, effective following the election in November. Nikki Haley is dropping out of the GOP presidential race. She made the announcement Wednesday, but would not officially endorse Donald Trump.
In all likelihood, Donald Trump will be the Republican nominee when our party convention meets in July. I congratulate him and wish him well. I wish anyone well who would be America's president. Our country is too precious to let our differences divide us.
President Biden is giving his second State of the Union address on Thursday, where he's expected to tout his administration's accomplishments and set goals for the future. House Speaker Mike Johnson joins Fox News and shares his thoughts on if the country is heading in the right direction.
He's going to try to stand up here and convince the American people that the State of the Union is strong and that we're on the right track. But everybody knows that's just simply not true. The State of the Union is in decline. When you talk about our safety, our security, our sovereignty, our economy, every metric, and everybody knows it.
Investigators say Boeing still hasn't turned over important records for the probe of the January door plug blowout incident. According to the National Transportation Safety Board, investigators don't know who in the Boeing assembly line removed and reinstalled the door plug on the 737 MAX. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Republicans are crying foul after a Veterans Affairs official is telling regional offices to remove a famous World War II photo of a Navy sailor kissing a woman in Times Square. The assistant secretary claiming in a memo that the kiss was non-consensual and that the image doesn't align with the department's sexual harassment standards. Florida Republican Congressman Michael Walz calls this an example of a larger issue in government.
How did this unelected assistant secretary kind of impose her ideology on this photo that was a celebration of one of the greatest victories over Nazism in world history?
Vice Chair of the House Democratic Caucus Ted Lieu is calling for action from both chambers to provide funding to Ukraine.
It's very clear that this national security supplemental is critical to U.S. national security.
The California congressman speaking from Capitol Hill, funding for foreign allies has been stalled by Republicans who say they want to focus on southern border security first. The Supreme Court will hear oral arguments in former President Trump's immunity case on April 25th. Trump is appealing a lower court ruling denying his claim of having immunity from criminal prosecution in his federal election interference case. The high court ruling in favor earlier this week to keep former President Trump on the ballot in states that had tried to remove him. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. One more time around. Hey, and thanks to our intelligent audience out there. In most cases, we get answers to questions. 5-7, I believe, it asked the question earlier. If this has ever happened before, where a previous president skipped a term and was elected once again. Thank you to James. Stephen Grover Cleveland, an American politician who served as the 22nd and 24th President of the United States, 1885 to 1889, and from 1893 to 1897. He is currently the only president in U.S. history to serve non-consecutive presidential terms. Of course, before we had the term limits thing, who was it that served 3 terms? All right, thank you for the answer. So there, 5-7, Grover Cleveland did that back in the 1800s. Get right back to the calls here. It's been a few days. We haven't heard from the Knucklebuster. What's going on? All right, computer, do your thing.
Forgive me.
Yeah, there you are.
Yeah, morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Father, forgive me for I sinned. I went to bed on you 2 nights in a row, buddy.
How dare you?
I know that's right. You reckon Eagle would allow you to go in the voting booth with him just to make sure that he voted exactly the way you wanted him to vote?
Oh, he said he'd say it's none of his damn business.
That's right. It ain't his business how anybody votes. Did you say that them MREs were good food, Steve?
I've heard. I've never.
Somebody had said that.
I've not actually ever had. I think Carl mentioned that they're actually pretty. If you're hungry, they're pretty good. I don't. MREs today. Remember back when they made heater meals? I don't know. They used to sell them in the truck stops. They advertised when my dad did this show. Heater meals. Supposedly those are a good old fashioned MRE. Yeah. My dad loved them.
Yeah, well, that's kind of like them choking feet burritos that they had down there at Flying J. You just really didn't want one of them there, you know. Well, I guess you could say that old Mitch has got his fingers in the Chinese chow food, right?
Yeah, right.
Since he's married to that woman. Yep. Well, you know why my mama lived to be 94-year-old, Chief? She followed the 11th commandment.
Eat more bacon?
Mind your own damn business.
I thought it was eat more bacon, but...
Yeah. Well, she ate a lot of that, I can guarantee you. And I saw something the other day. I've got to check this out myself. But Oreos have a satanic cross on them, Steve. I don't know that for a fact. That's just what I heard somebody say.
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, that's crazy. Yeah. So, well, my home's in Houston, Texas this morning. It'll be back in Memphis, Tennessee when I get back over there tomorrow. So, I don't really have a home until I get home for the weekend there. Well, I guess that Bucky's, that old Buck T's Beaver, he's finally got smart, see? He's building him a Bucky's right next to that TA truck stop in Hillsboro, Texas. So truck drivers will be able to walk across the street and get a decent meal there. I just want to know one thing. If Wednesday is hump day, does it make Tuesday foreplay day?
All right.
I don't answer that.
Yeah,
I'll
right.
keep you out of trouble. Old Thomas Marker, he run his mouth up there. He said that he had a Leah meltdown. Said he wants to punch black Donald Trump supporters. Well, you reckon he'd want to punch Eagle? Maybe. I don't know.
I think
well,
Eagle made that
I don't
pretty.
care what he.
I think Eagle made that pretty clear last night. If Charles Barkley wanted to punch him in the face, they'd be the last black guy he punched in the face.
Yeah, I know that's right. Well, that borders on assault and, or I guess I'm saying that right, assault and battery there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Alex Byron, he could go to jail with him, or Steve. But I hope both of them get bailed out before the soap bar hits the floor there, right? And this woman, not Tennessee, she told me to stop calling a cooter a beaver. Says most are not that hairy, and they definitely don't have two big old teeth. See, that's all my bull on it for this go around. I'm southbound and down trying to make Houston for daylight. There, you got a good show going on, brother.
Houston means I'm one day closer to, what was it? The Gatlin brothers. I remember that. One day closer to you. Well, here's another day and another law-abiding, upstanding American citizen dead. Yeah, thanks to the illegal immigration policies in this country. This time it is a Washington State trooper who was killed Saturday. An illegal immigrant has been arrested, crashing his vehicle into the trooper. According to the local Fox affiliate, 33-year-old Raul Benitez Santana, a Mexican national who illegally entered the United States, has been arrested and currently being held on $1 million bail. Santana allegedly drove his SUV into the 27-year-old Washington State Patrol trooper Christopher Gadd's patrol car Saturday about 3 o'clock in the morning on Interstate 5. Fox News reported an investigation by the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office revealed the SUV was speeding when it swerved onto the shoulder, crashing into the patrol car. Court documents allege Santana had bloodshot eyes and admitted to police he had been smoking marijuana and drinking alcohol prior to driving on Saturday. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Seattle Enforcement and Removal Operations Division has placed an immigration detainer on him as one of the operational directorates associated with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. ERO Seattle lodges immigration detainers against non-citizens who've been arrested for criminal activity and taken into custody by state or local law enforcement. So said an ICE spokesperson. But what is that? An immigration detainer is a request from ICE to state or local law enforcement agencies to notify ICE as early as possible before a removable non-citizen is released, allowing them to assume custody for possible removal to the subject's home country in accordance with federal law. Well, in accordance with federal law, last I checked, the SOB shouldn't have been in the country to begin with if we were enforcing our own federal law. An ICE official confirmed Santana is a Mexican national, illegally entered the United States. The date and time of his entry has not been released. End wokeness. They shared a picture of Gad alongside with a picture of Santana. Addressing Gad's tragic death, End Wokeness says he was killed Saturday by an illegal with a long criminal history who came from Mexico on a date unknown. Now, additional reports said Santana was sentenced to prison in May of 2013 after being convicted for possession of marijuana. The ERO reportedly first encountered Santana in October 28th of 2013 after he was arrested for skipping a court appearance related to charges of driving with a suspended license. October of 2014, Santana was sentenced to prison for 90 days due to driving with a suspended license. The illegal was also arrested in 2019 on charges of domestic assault. Now, under U.S. immigration law, I thought an illegal that committed a crime was supposed to be sent the hell out of here first time around. Why is an illegal that's been here now 10 plus years with a history of driving without a license or driving with a suspended license, who now has driven a vehicle and killed a 27-year-old state patrol officer? Why the hell was he here?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, it is an issue that pertains to you, the truck drivers out there. Update from the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association this past day. A pair of lawmakers have initiated efforts in the House and the Senate to overturn the Department of Labor's new worker classification rule. You've got Kevin Kiley of California, Senator Bill Cassidy of Louisiana, have introduced the Congressional Review Act resolutions aimed at stopping a final rule that jeopardizes the ability of 27 million Americans to work as independent contractors. Cassidy says the Biden administration's priority should not be to do whatever it takes, makes it easier to forcibly and coercively unionize workers. It should be to increase individual freedom and opportunity. This new Biden rule does the opposite. It jeopardizes 27 million workers' ability to make their own hours and make a living without being pressured into joining a union. They are referencing the Department of Labor that unveiled in January their 339-page final rule with the stated purpose of preventing companies from misclassifying workers as independent contractors. Now, this is set to take effect on March 11th here in just a few days. It would rescind a President Trump-era rule that focused on control and profit and replaces it with a totality of circumstances test. The department believes that this final rule will reduce the risk that employees are misclassified as independent contractors, at the same time provide greater consistency for businesses that engage with individuals who are in business for themselves. So says the Department of Labor. Under the final rule, they said the big question was, we see this AB5 in California, the state issue, and the ABC test, talking about independent contractors impacting the likes of owner-operators in the state of California. Is this going to be a federal rule that pretty much takes what is going on with AB5 in California and blanket the entire country with that? Now, the Department of Labor says they are not going to rely on the three-prong test, the ABC test that California used with AB5. They say they're going to rely on a long-standing multi-factor economic reality test that's used by courts to determine whether a worker is an employee or independent contractor. This test relies on, that's where they call it, the totality of circumstances, where no one factor is determinative. They will look at 6 factors, which are opportunity for profit or loss, depending on managerial skill, investments by the worker and the potential employer. Number 3, the degree of performance of the work relationship. Number 4, nature and degree of control. Number 4, that'd be number 5, extent to which the work performed is an integral part of the employer's business. And lastly, skill and initiative. The American Trucking Association spoke out aggressively against the rule. I can think of nothing more un-American than for the government to extinguish the freedom of individuals to choose work arrangements that suit their needs and fulfill their ambitions. More than 350,000 truckers choose to work as an independent contractor because of the economic opportunity it creates and the flexibility it provides, enabling them to run their own business, choose their own hours and routes. So the DOL says it's not really AB5. What was the name of that? Was it Julie Su, I believe was her name. Julie Su was in California. She was a part of the whole mandating AB5 in California. She went on to be nominated on a federal level by Biden here. Was it last year? She did not make it through the Senate proceedings to get confirmed. Just a week or two ago, Biden has renominated her, trying to get her through once again. And one of the main oppositions to Sue being appointed to that position was that she would take AB5's model in California and make it a federal thing. Hello, Senor Heatwave. Good morning.
Good morning, senor. Doesn't Haley and Lucinda from Moink sound like the same person? I mean, it's the same style, the same demeanor. I don't know. I'm glad to see that she's finally seen the light, but it's like someone said, it's probably because her donors said, you know what, we're done. She don't have any more money to run with. And yes, if I were Trump, I wouldn't offer her a damn thing except for a laurel and a hearty handshake, because that's about all she deserves, if that. And I tell you what, we're having issues with our tractors here in Albuquerque. The one I was in yesterday had a really weird situation. You turned the key to the on position, nothing would come on except for the 3 lights here on the air conditioner control panel, and those would flash. And then outside you had your 2 amber lights on the side, plus the 2 outside amber lights on the overhead of the tractor. They would flash. And I called my boss and I called maintenance and I said, what's causing this? Maintenance had no idea. Their answer, go find another truck. So I went to another tractor that my boss had suggested, and the batteries were dead. I was like, well, ain't that a hell of a note? This third tractor I'm in, it only does 62 with the foot and the cruise, and you gotta manipulate it to do 65, which I'm doing now. But yeah, she's got issues too. But I'll tell you what, it's older equipment. This one here doesn't have near as many miles, but I'm thinking it was probably in a wreck and then got rebuilt. So that was one of the things I had to do when I left the yard. Is I had seen a homeless encampment on the north end of our property, and I figured, there was temptation abound. We got porta-johns outside due to the fact that we're doing renovations, and there's a lot of vehicles that are parked, in driver parking. So I had to go back and shut the gate and arm it, and it's pretty damn sad when you have to do that. Well, earlier this evening, I went to a local Whataburger, and I'd placed my order, and all of a sudden I hear, excuse me. I'm like, what the? And it was a homeless person asking if I would buy them a hamburger. And I just was like, really? So I told them people in Whataburger, I said, just cancel my order. And I took off, and, I probably would have paid $13 for the hamburger, the meal that I was going to get. But I wound up going to the TA truck stop and paying $22 for double cheeseburger and fries and a drink. And it ain't nowhere near what Philip was talking about.
Right. You got to pause there. Back after this.
USA News Update. Nikki Haley's decided to end her campaign for the GOP presidential nomination. The former South Carolina governor conveyed the news to her supporters in South Carolina, expressing her well wishes for Donald Trump without officially endorsing him. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said his endorsement of the former president should be expected. McConnell made the announcement endorsing Trump shortly after Nikki Haley suspended her campaign. McConnell emphasized that Trump has garnered the necessary backing from Republican voters. On April 25th, the Supreme Court is scheduled to listen to oral arguments in the case concerning former President Trump's immunity. Trump is appealing a decision from a lower court that rejected his assertion of immunity from criminal prosecution in his federal election interference case. The case brought by special counsel Jack Smith against Trump is presently on hold as the High Court deliberates whether a former president can be charged for actions while in office. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, so when you sit down with your big bucket of popcorn later on this evening to watch and listen to Joe Biden stumble through 2 hours of teleprompter reading, and he's going to tell you how great things are. The millions of jobs that this administration has created. You know, those millions of jobs that people lost due to the COVID and finally were able to go back to work. Yeah, he created those jobs. He's going to tell you that. But he won't tell it to you like that. He's going to say, we created these jobs. He's going to tell you how inflation is really getting under control. It's not increasing by nearly as much. It's, oh, by the way, he's not going to say it's still increasing, and he will not tell you why inflation jumped to the outrageous 10% due to this administration's policies. He's going to tell you, we're reeling things in. We're getting it under control. He won't mention anything about why it's so much more expensive to purchase a car or a home today, or why your interest rates on your credit cards have gone up exponentially due to the rising interest rates. He'll tell a totally different story. And he won't say anything about, well, nominating to be the labor secretary of the entire United States, labor secretary, being endorsed by the Communist Party. I mean, if you're endorsed by the Communist Party, for me as a smart, right-leaning American, I think that Communist Party, hell yeah, that would be the greatest person to put in charge as labor secretary in this country, right? That brings me back to Julie Su. I mentioned Julie and that labor secretary. That's the job. She was nominated for that. She did not muster the Senate proceedings. But Joe just nominated her again. We're going to try again. Keep in mind, she's been endorsed by the Communist Party of Maine. She was California's labor secretary during the pandemic. She's accused of presiding over tens of billions of dollars in fraudulent unemployment insurance payments. And as U.S. Deputy Labor Secretary, which she is now, she helped to impose vaccine mandates on businesses. Republican lawmakers also blame her for costing independent contractors work opportunities by pushing the law that reclassified them as employees. That was as California Labor Secretary AB 5. That's her. Vice President of the American Family Association says controversy has followed her wherever she goes, not to mention her far-left political values. She is bad news on multiple fronts. She's not only bad news from a worldwide ideology perspective, she's also heavily in bed with the unions. Sue has been described as an early advocate of critical race theory. The premise that America is systemically racist and white people routinely oppress minorities. The increased weaponization of the Department of Labor is very, very big. It's a concern for all conservative groups and religious groups. And he contends Sue would be Biden's latest diversity hire. We've all witnessed the Biden crew has been pushing diversity, equity, and inclusion everywhere you turn since they got into office. They want to make it all about quotas. They want to make it all about making sure we've got a transsexual here and we've got enough people of this ethnicity over here. It's all identity politics. They put out an action alert urging supporters to contact their senators and tell them to oppose, again, Sue's nomination. Joining in opposition to her nomination is Job Creators Network, which accuses her of being desperate to hide her radical anti-small business positions. Representative Kevin Kiley of California has described her as the worst possible pick for the position. Democrat Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia expressing genuine concerns about her progressive background, stating he cannot support her nomination. And again, she's got to be the greatest. She's endorsed by the Communist Party. Gotta love it. All right, had to get that in there. Thanks for hanging in there, Senior Heatwave.
Dun, 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 dun. Sorry. I was just going over the Russian national anthem. Seems like that's what they want us to be. Socialist and communist. Why? I mean, if they think that socialism and communism is such a great slice of bread to have, then get the hell out of here and go to them places that have that social system, that communist system. Bernie Sanders, he's a big damn champion of socialism. Yet he's here making millions. You know, and it's like, well, why can't you do that over there? Leave us the hell alone. All these idiots supporting Hamas, you know, screaming, free Palestine. There is no Palestinian. There's Palestinians, but there's no Palestine. There's no country. And why would we want to support someone who started a damn war screaming, we're going to eradicate Israel, and then cry when they're getting their butts kicked? If all them idiots up there in Minnesota that are Muzzy supporters, get the hell out of here and go over there back to the Middle East where you belong. We don't need to have that crap here. We got enough of our own issues. We don't need to have more and more of this. Well, we got to support these people. No, we do not. They started the damn war. Let them suffer.
Yep.
Ugh. So, anyways, that's enough of the rant on that. The California race with Schiff and Garvey, I don't know if you had seen the breakdown of how many percentage of the votes those two people got. But, I mean, it was like 1.5 points, maybe 2 points. I think Schiff got 33% and Garvey got 31 or 32%.
I had not seen that, so it was really close, huh?
Yeah, and I mean, those two were far and away from the other two Democrats that were running for that
Senate seat.
And I tell you, that's a three-ring circus what they got over there. The top two people will get it. Well, I think that is wrong. I think Alaska has that same voting premise as well. You know, the top two or the top three. I think that's wrong. If you're going to have representation of the people, then you need to have voting for Democrats during primaries and voting for Republicans in the primaries. I don't know. As screwed up as California is, I mean, $73 billion in debt, and they can't understand why everyone is leaving that state. And they can't understand why no one wants to follow their dictates, like on automobiles. Well, we must have it our way or it's no way. And then the rest of us have to follow their way because that's what the automotive industry is doing. You know, no more gasoline-powered lawnmowers or blowers or trimmers.
Right.
Well, you know, screw them. The hell with them. I don't need, you know, California politics invading my group in New Mexico, because, I mean, we are already under man, I am so frustrated. It ain't funny. But, I mean, just really, we don't need this. You know, California is all upset because the country didn't start with them and move east. And that's all it is. That's all it is. They want to be number one. They can't be, so they're mad. You know, so you got the movie makers are over there, Hollywood. Now the hell with them. It doesn't matter. I just. So, anyways, heading back down to Phoenix, hoping I can get my tractor and get going. I had a nice chat with our terminal manager in Albuquerque, and he says he's waiting for the company to give him the okay to push the button for 10 more drivers. He's saying we need to get the tractors for our drivers, but you know, he's got the okay to put 10 more on. And he had called me and said, you know, I don't think you've been here long enough to put in for a bid. And I explained to him, I said, well, you know, I wouldn't put in for one if they would keep me out here longer than 4 or 5 days. And he says, well, we want to run. I said, well, I ain't really seen it yet. And the one time I did, I hurt my silly butt. So, after that, it's been 5 days. 5 days. And I had a dispatcher from Central Dispatch tell me that even though I was extra board driver, I could only be out for 5 days and I must take a 2-day break. And he said, maybe because he's needing so many drivers out here, perhaps that's their reasoning. But other than that, and he says, man, you ought to be on the East Coast and coming back. I said, well, yeah, that's what I need to do. I need more than 2,100 or, 2,800 miles a week. I'm just now starting to catch up on the house payment. I got last month taken care of here this past Monday. Now I'm working on this month.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, once I can get the house payment under control and up to date, then I could work on my credit card payments. But I mean, this economy is just, wow. I'm sorry. It started off with really bad management at Yellow. And the funny thing is, the Trump administration give Yellow $700 million, 770, whatever it was. And Biden only give a portion of the central of the company, the Central States, $70 million to prop up their health and welfare benefits at the time. The union hierarchy is praising Biden for supporting the health and benefits of the Central States, yet they mock Trump in the Trump administration, for actually giving them a lifeline of $770 million.
Right.
They're going to endorse Biden.
Trump essentially bailed them out at the time. That the administration bailed them out. Their demise had been coming, as we know, for years. But that $700 million was a lifeline that gave them, I guess, an extra year and a half of survival. Which even with that, they blew through it. He mentioned Steve Garvey, Adam Schiff. Earlier, I mentioned, I think it was with my conversation with 5-7, Adam Schiff, Pencil Neck Adam, with his lie after lie after lie to the American people, telling us that he had the documentation of Russian collusion, which all turned out to be a hoax. But even his lying, he has suffered no consequences. He's in a position now to find himself with even greater power come November, taking a U.S. Senate seat. The latest from the Associated Press, former Republican baseball star Steve Garvey and Democrat Adam Schiff will compete in November for that Senate seat held by the late Dianne Feinstein. It is a rare opportunity for a Republican to compete in a marquee statewide race in this Democrat stronghold. The matchup also means California will not have a woman in the Senate for the first time in more than 30 years. Garvey celebrated with cheering supporters at a hotel in Palm Desert, his hometown, where he warned Schiff not to underestimate him despite the state's Democrat tilt. He said he'll run a campaign that will appeal across party lines, focusing on inflation, the unchecked homeless crisis in the state, and the rising crime, which is undeniable in the big cities all throughout California. He says, quote, "They say in the general election we're going to strike out. Know this, it ain't over till it's over." Schiff's victory party, on the other hand, was actually marred by rambunctious protesters who shouted, "Free Palestine! Ceasefire now!" forcing the congressman to try and speak over them as they continued shouting. He took several pauses and apparently tried to hurry up his remarks to get the hell out of there. Now, Schiff has been outspoken in support of Israel's right to defend itself, but he changed directions Tuesday and endorsed the Biden administration's call for a Gaza ceasefire. It's part of a broader agreement that would include the release of hostages. My position is the same as the administration, he said. The chaotic scene, a reminder that even in a strongly Democrat state, he'll have a very difficult time. He's going to have to carefully navigate the continuing Israeli-Hamas war. Of course, Steve Garvey, the former baseball most valuable player who played for the Dodgers and the Padres, he was one of the top 2 vote-getters on Super Tuesday. It was he and Adam Schiff. They explained, California puts all of their candidates, regardless of party, on the same primary ballot. The 2 who get the most votes advance then to the general election. That means Republicans are almost always shut out of high-profile statewide races because Democrats pretty much control the state. The Republican Party has failed to advance a candidate to the general election in 2 of California's last 3 U.S. Senate races. So it's kind of an unprecedented thing. And I mean, you talk about an upset of all times. If a Republican were to take a Senate seat in California. Morning, Lone Ranger.
Good morning. Well, who is this woman that has been rejected? She didn't make it. How can she get renominated? She already failed. It's the same person going to go before the same committee. Why would they change their decision to reject her? What's different? I don't get it.
I don't either. I don't know. Is it the try, don't succeed, try
again? You fail.
So
what's she going to bring to the table that she didn't bring to the table before? It's the same person. But, Biden is real big on these appointments based on identity, skin color, nothing to do with qualifications, of course. And you see the end result. The vice president is the best example. She was hired because she claims to be black. She's done nothing, accomplished nothing, knows nothing. But when she came into office, she was worth $3 million. Now she's worth $16 million. How that happened, I don't know. But if you look at his appointments that have nothing to do with qualifications, every one is a disaster. The press secretary is there because she's a black lesbian. You had the luggage thief was with the atomic. He was in charge of getting rid of atomic waste. He turned out to be a disaster. You got Rachel Levine, the he-she, who has done nothing, accomplished nothing, no qualifications. And the first thing she did was talk about transgender health issues. It's just got the position to advance a personal agenda.
Mm-hmm.
So every one has been a disaster. The only one that actually turned out okay so far is Judge Jackson, based on her voting. She's the one who he actually went on national TV and said that only a black female could be considered for that position, which is obviously a racist remark because he's judging somebody by their skin color. And turned out in recent votes, she did okay, but she's the one who she's going to be making decisions for women's rights, and she couldn't define the word woman. So just another example of what happens when you hire somebody not based on qualifications. But now this is a female from California. What's her ethnicity?
Oh, yeah, She's not a Caucasian.
Sounds Asian.
She's not I believe, yeah. She's. I don't know what she is, but she's not, a white female.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the big thing with her is she's endorsed by the Communist Chinese.
Yeah.
Now, we have to remember the Communist Chinese are the ones who enriching the Biden crime family. So he's in debt to the Chinese for all that money that they sent him. So they're getting their money's worth so far. They got away with spying on us and got away with the COVID, got away with human indecencies over there, and they're getting away with. They're doing pretty much whatever they want. That's why they're eating our lunch, because we have a weakling in the White House who's not calling him to the carpet. The next big news is going to be who Trump picks for vice president. And I think he should be careful to pick the best person to help him get elected rather than be spiteful towards people that didn't go his way. There's a lot of worthwhile candidates. Vivek is a smart guy, young guy, on the ball, but he made a couple of remarks that people were offended by. Sometimes he gets a little bit carried away, so he's a possibility. Of course, Kristi Noem, she's a total success story. South Dakota is just probably one of the best run states in the country, maybe the best. No problems with the COVID, lowest unemployment in the country. She's a terrific governor. Of course, I'm a little bit biased because she's so damn good looking, but you got DeSantis, did a good job in Florida, like him or not. During the COVID, he didn't close everything down. The kids didn't lose time in school. The businesses stayed open. He got criticized for it, but it turned out he was right. Tim Scott, ultra-conservative. Of course, he'll be called an Uncle Tom and an Oreo cookie because if you're black,
right,
you're supposed to vote Democrat.
Well, somebody earlier brought up.
Otherwise, Tim Scott.
What do you think of Tulsi Gabbard? Her name's been floated. Somebody brought her up earlier. I mean, she exited the Democrat Party. A lot of people liked her when she was running with the 15 others 4 years ago.
Well, she makes sense when she talks. I don't know about her accomplishments. She was in Congress there for a while. I don't know what accomplishments she has. But some people probably won't want to hear this, but I think the best person that Donald Trump could pick to get elected would be Nikki Haley.
I kind of thought you were going to say that because the voters that were going to, we'll leave it off right there. But, we'll have to pick it up tomorrow night because we are out of time. Thanks for being with us.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems. seems yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep.